I'll keep this short. Won't too, but I do this too long. Let's turn that AC off. Ooh. Okay. Just warming up. Warming up here for my. Yeah, that's Steven Seagal honking his horn. Ooh, and then he goes flying. Ooh. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Let's see. Back in the day, I think, all this sound of around and in front, wherever. I'm just using the what do you call it? I'm using the one of the atmos modes, but it's only got a 424 matrix signal going into it, so I designate one of the surrounds in the room down at the middle. So like, just running the Brainstorm movie, the first edition, letterbox edition. Where they got the aspect ratio as it was seen in the cinema, and I didn't really notice because I had probably the brightness turned down a little bit, and that does your black levels before. I had it probably just up a little bit, still acceptable, but I noticed then Q dots in the right corner, oval shaped Q dots, because it's as it's presented there, it's anamorphic. But then you get the widescreen shots, or the 166 ratio, sort of like in the middle of the frame. And then when it goes to the Brainstorm or POV shots, where everything widens out, sound just goes just a little bit more different. For dramatic effect. So what was it? 27 minutes, 24 minutes, huh? So I go back to the opening. So I'll bring up the what's it? So centre back's around, or centre middle back. And just mute the fronts.
Good idea. Let's eat.
And you get a bit of dialogue modulating there. it makes kind of sense because when the scene originally exhibited, or now you can just
Lou, what do you got for me?
do a little bit different with it. When it exhibited, you're gonna be sort of like several meters in front. The speakers lying in the back wall or down the side a little bit, they're going to be a bit of a distance away from your position. You notice the sort of maybe overlooking over your shoulder, but again, you're going to get this comb filter effect, because of the way the speakers are all spread, and if you sort of like kind of shift your sort of like, not that you're going to have much chance to notice a comb filter effect in the home. You can just play something back over and over, or you can just generally play pink noise through the speakers, and then you just move, and then you just this. But even with a mono speaker or a single solo speaker placed behind and pink noise and moving, you still hear that whoosh whoosh whoosh, and just the same as if you hear a downpour of rain going and kind of move side to side, you would kind of make the rain go in the real world. So I don't know about the cone filter effect. I would just say embrace it, embrace it. You know what I mean? You know, you don't get much of it when you've got headphones on. You don't notice it because you can't. When you move side to side like that, nothing changes. It's closed on your head, around your ears. But it makes sense just to hear the solo voice of the one of the scientist people going around in this movie, and you hear the voice directly behind. Um, but what if he was to shift his position and move slightly? The voice should, you know, um, well, in reality, if that was someone talking and it moves. But like when it's say these two objects are speakers. Say these two objects are speakers, and then you get a voice that's going to move. It's going to move, and then it's going to phantom between the two speakers. That's not how it sounds in reality. It doesn't do that. It just doesn't do that. You need to have a speak. Like say my fingers, and you spread them apart, and those were speakers, and then a phantom, a solo voice moves from one to the other. You're going to get a phantom image in between, and it's going to give that kind of phasey, weird effect, comb filter effect, and then But if all the speakers were all closed together, and then the sound shifting slightly with, say, try to minimize all this comb filter effects so that it sounds like someone's actually, because you can't actually get someone performing in a movie in the home, real voices, those people are way over there. You can't get them in their home, and some of them are probably not around anymore. And you know, uh, but it does sound a little bit strange just having the sound on the centre middle back surround with maybe a little small um, blend of when the mix is going into the decoder, it's kind of creating a little stereo-ish effect around the room. But when you get, say, like this, the guy talking behind, it just boom, right behind, and it's like he's right down the middle. But uh, it's got drawbacks. It's got drawbacks. It's not perfect. It's not perfect. There's a lot of things I don't notice in this movie, like Foley sound footsteps, and those would be slightly below me, as if someone was standing on the floor moving around. You hear a shuffling sound. You can't hear it up there. That doesn't make sense. The voice or such, the speech. I guess not many people have stood in front of people before whilst they're talking, and then you kind of crouch down. And if you got on a step ladder or something and then climbed up a little bit, the voice is there. The voices. I should get little dolls or something to do similar. Say that's a per person, and the voice is emitting in the middle, and then you go up a little bit high. Then you hear the voice below you. It's where your ears are positioned is what you hear. Psychoacoustics. And then if you come down a little bit to about face to face, you hear it at ear level. And then you crouch down, and then you hear the voice above you. And then you can do all sorts of weird. You can lay on your back on the floor, do a bloody headstand, do all sorts of weird. And then where your position is what you hear. No if, no but, no debate about it. It's just not enough channels in this Atmos. Just not enough. But, playing just ordinary Dolby Stereo 424 Matrix, and seeing what, the decoder can do. The DTS Neural X will put a center middle back surround, but when go to Dolby DSU, it doesn't. That's weird. I got an EX version of one of these modules that I want to put in the rack, and then wire it up so that I can still put the discrete signal into the amp, the signal, the DDS signal, Neural X signal, or the lousy Dolby Atmos center middle back, which is pointless. You don't notice much detail with it, not with everything else going on, and you just get a masking effect. It's like, what's the point of it? It's terribly mixed and balanced. You're not going to notice these things. But like just say in reality, there's a heck of a lot you don't notice. We only hear proportions, and there's everything is a live mix. It's all live. You hear it once, you're not going to hear it a second time. You can record it until hell freezes over, but you're not going to capture it back in playback and say like, oh yeah, I heard footsteps below, I heard people at this level, I heard an aeroplane up there or such. And if you're out in a wide area, like, if I go downtown, I know the layout. You hear part of an aeroplane that's maybe up there, but also it's reflecting on the ground surface. The sound is going to come down and reflect. It can't go upwards and reflect. There's nothing up there. There's complete miles of openness. The airplane's there, and you've got literally miles until the air gets thin, cold. There's nothing for it to rebound, the sound. When you hear an airplane up there, and so to speak, or a helicopter, you listen very carefully. You can hear the reflections on the ground, on the buildings, reflecting and rebounding, zigzagging. Sometimes they just don't put a lot of that information into these Atmos mixes. And, a trained ear will notice, because we've all heard these things, the real thing, not like the Pepsi. Well, that's a taste for another generation. But, Coca-Cola, it's the real thing. Why the fuck am I drinking that? I had a KFC earlier. Poor bloody thing. Poor creature. Um, yeah, there's certain things, you know, crosstalks with the these matrix decoders, you know, DSU, DTS, Neurax, or a dead 3D. I don't even use it. I've said it before. I just don't use that lousy surround matrix format. I was just thinking if you could get other matrix decoders, the Logic 7. But I've got limited space for equipment now. It's getting really like ridiculous. I'm just trying to tidy up my kitchen, which has been a fucking mess for a few years. I've got through one phase and, you know, cleaning it and tidying up. I had a shitload of, you know, why do people do this? I don't know. I'm not a natural hoarder, but I suppose a hoarder of fucking electronics and audio electronics and other electronics. There's a lot of other people out there that do the same thing, and yes, it is a bad habit. I opened, you know, I cleared out one of my kitchen cupboards that had a shitload of plastic bags in it. They've been in there fucking years. It's like, you know, I thought I'd be using that as a shopping bag or whatever. I get deliveries now, so yeah, I don't need shopping bags. If I happen to go past or whatever a shop, then I'll get one of those big carrier things, you know, and then just pack that not in the fucking cupboard again, like, you know, and then build up and then get a habit again of no, I'll just use clear some of the kitchen utilities or such, put it in the cupboard, and all the canned food and everything. That's where it's supposed to go. Clear the fucking surface, clean it up, because I want to put my one of my laserdisc players on the bench, and give it a little service. So yeah, couldn't believe the fucking. I had a big, huge plastic bag in there in the cupboard that I used to put all the other plastic bags in. I'm not kidding. There was a fucking load of plastic. It must have been about over 100, you know. And I've had one big, gigantic, large bag. I think the Trinov processor came in that, wrapped up, stuffed in the box. I think that's where the Trinov was. Yeah, it was a huge plastic bag. I mean, I could get in it myself. All right, so I need to clean this room up. This room, look at it, look at it. It's like a bloody library. Yeah, crikey. I mean, I look at past pictures and I think, fucking how have I got to this? I really don't know. Anyway, do a little bit at a time, as I can do. But yeah, going back to other logic matrix decoders like the Logic 7, I'm not sure what exactly it does, how it steers the signal. I've not had experience listening to it. The Harman Kardon AVP1A. I think that's got some sort of logic thing on it. I can't remember which one because it's early. Oh gosh, I think it's early 90s, that one. I think they made a few more. Not sure, or someone mentioned a Logic 16. But if you put a mono signal into something, you're not going to get much out of it. It's like trying to get blood out of a stone. You ain't going to get much signal out of it. Um, mm, yeah. So, oh yeah, there's the. I thought I put it up earlier. So I've got a memory on there, on memory on the player. I'm using my player number 1 at the moment. Player number 2 needs to be have a little minor. It loads the disc up now where it said no disc. Everyone's familiar with a Pioneer. The um, no disc issue that cropped up the other night because I allowed the disc to go over to side B for a brief moment, but I stopped it very short after. And then probably when I went to the the kitchen to change the disc, I probably didn't look at the display. And then when I loaded another disc on it, it was like it makes that sound because when your your disc goes in the tray, you hear a mechanism going. You should hear that within a few seconds, and all I could hear was. I could hear this sound, and I knew that was the laser trying to track up and down to read the disc. But the player or the laser or such, is still thinking it's in play B mode, where the laser's on the top side rather than on the underside. There's a little switch inside the player. That's also a little bit of causes the snag, and it's telling probably some logic circuit on the player. It's inside B mode, and so when the laser's down here, it says there's no disc because it's still reading like it's side B, and so you get this no disc thing. Sometimes you can hit the player, but I try sometimes a technique of put a CD disc in there.
Good idea. Let's eat.
Before the tray or such closes, then I turn the power off and then turn the power back on. I try some sort of sequence to trick the player or such. I managed,
Lou,
but then
oh
yeah, the guy's behind me. Guy's right behind me. Yeah. A little bit of crosstalk still there from the signal, the way it's spreading. But then it goes hard.
Peanut butter. Peanut butter. Peanut butter. Peanut butter.
But also, it's also the other atmospheric effects that are in the back in the mono matrix surround.
Sauce.
That has to be layered. Even if I were to play the Blu-ray, the surrounds have got a bit of a. I think they got a bit of a slight kind of phasey, like remix stereo on the surround. It should be solid. Should be solid mono, discrete. And even then, if it's solid mono, discrete, you're not going to get much signal out. It's like where do you put the sound? You're going to have to put it behind, and then what goes down the sides, put say a lower level, like put it through a high pass filter. Put it through a high pass filter, so it cuts off a lot of the directional sound. You just get this low level sound.
Just a few seconds. I think I got an idea.
But if something was carefully mixed and had the proper channel count. I mean, a real proper channel count, not this wheezy, crappy atmos. I mean, it just doesn't cut the mustard. A lot of people think it's, oh wow, best thing they've ever heard, but it's not. Sadly, it's not. This needs more channel count so that atmospheric sound or such is placed around. But then there's another shot in this movie I'll go to because it's on the memory. So I'll just press repeat on the play and I go to the memory. I'll just set the center back up a little bit. So I'm just using the center and the signal behind me. I'm not using any of the left, right, or the left center, right center, or any of the other signals on the side walls. Now the problem there I can see, you can see part of the front of the roller coaster. All the screaming voices and all that would be behind me. But you only get a crosstalk of the signal, maybe a little bit of the front or such, filtering into the back slightly, so it's like very tiny. Otherwise, those voices would be pretty bloody loud. And the other detail of the roller coaster, it's like, well, it's at that point of view. So if I was sat in there, the track is going to be below me. It's going to be down here. The track is going to be down here. And you're going to feel a rolling effect of well, not like roller coaster. Well, the movie roller coaster, the sense around thing, but you would feel the wheels would be turning on those tracks, and you'd feel this specific vibration. We can forget about the air and all that pushing, because speakers are not going to be able to do that. You're not going to be able to. You'd have to have a real special breed of speaker that's going to push air at the right acoustical time, and then the time it's going to take for that air to reach you is going to be many seconds. So you can forget about it. It's too tricky. Might as well just get turn a bloody fan on and just get some air blowing. A fan that can be that you don't notice, just so it'd be like wind pressure, and you notice, because it's easy to move my hand like so, and then stop. It's virtually silent, and yet I push or do that, and I feel air going against my face. But when I talk, I'm getting this kind of whooshy effect because if I talk like so, like shh, 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 or hang on, maybe talk like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2. I'll probably hear it on the stereo microphone when I play this back later, but it's probably not going to be the same effect that I'm hearing. It's going to be a little bit different. Yeah, so I think you got to have the signal, which I can take the other part of the surround and I put it through another decoder, and I could put some sound that's going down below, but it's not correct. What is present on the mix is what you're going to get out of the speakers, and so I need the the wheels or something, and stereo, multiple stereo, because those wheels would be so many wheels per car, and I think it's got something that goes round it, it clamps it, holds it on those tracks. Um, mm, and then the screaming voices behind, and then when it does it goes through one of those loops. I wonder which roller coaster. I think probably find out the information. I'm not sure if I can't remember. I can't remember. I think I've got a laser disc that's. I'm not sure if it is the greatest roller coaster rides, or I don't know. I think I bought something like that, or maybe I think I was going to buy something like that. I can't remember. Oh, that's a weird effect. But when it goes through the loop, um, there's something there that's I'm not sure. I think it's a little bit missing because I've been on one of those loop things, but only once. It's not like I want to go on it twice and 3 times, 4 times, and analyze the bloody sound and such. Once was enough. But it's like turning the camera and then it goes through the roller coaster and comes round. Whoa. Get an effect, going, from front to center, right down the middle, and then up to the center. Two different signals. Oh yeah, this one where it's just going from the side angle. You only notice it, you see it, and that's how long it will be. But oh gosh, you're going to notice air pressure change, G-force, probably slight, maybe, disorientation, and then come back down to a normal level position. But it's like they try to put as enough into this 6-track mix. Though this is 424 Dolby Stereo. The AC3 is a little bit different in the mix. The AC3, but the image suffers because it doesn't have the image in the correct aspect ratio. I think they should have learned something from. Because I think this is how all movies should be presented on this rubbish UHD bloody crap disc. You should have it like, you got your aspect ratio, like in scope. And then when it goes to widescreen or 185, 166 or whatever, or Academy ratio, it should go, Academy ratio would be a lot smaller than that image. It'd be a little bit less in the height and a little bit less in the width. It's I'm listening for listening out for anything that might be there in the frequency response in the mix. And anything in the frequency response, like when the roller coaster's going at a diagonal, slightly going over to the side slightly. You know, I would be listening for any pressure change or sort of like something there that's kind of like oof. But maybe I should put the AC3 on. You know, but you know they would try to mix for a Dolby Stereo matrix to get it as good as they can with the limits of the crosstalk and so forth, and you know it's electronical behavior. Can't say nature because it isn't. It's electronic. Um, but the way that people are reacting in the movie, the way they react. I hear the sled more or less behind me. With some little bit of sound differences in the sound up on the front, but it's not like I can see the whole sled because I know most of the part of the rest of that sled will be a little bit back here somewhere. It's off screen, but it will be on the ice and. Again, you know, you'd be on one of those sleds, you feel a lot of air going against your face. With that air is frequency. Is another element of you can't just throw it into big sub bass speakers and just blare it, blast it out. It's just not the same thing. Only using, like, say, the center and the back middle. Otherwise, those mobile things are going like left to center to right, just sort of panning slightly. We've got Steven Seagal in his truck. It's a different. This version's slightly different to the AC3 because they got the I think it's Niagara Falls in it in the AC3 version. So the AC3's just got a few extra added. I think it's the same also with the Blu-ray. Not sure about the first edition DVD. That's only a standard 424 matrix. Helicopter behind, but you wouldn't hear the rotor blades like just mono-ish, like, you know. Really, there'll be you know, if you're in a helicopter, I think the sound, because the point of view, if you're inside the helicopter, you wouldn't hear all the top end frequency of the helicopter. It would be a little bit muffled to make it acoustically comfortable for going in it. Other helicopters might be a little bit loudish, you know, but I'm hearing like it's like the helicopter on the outside. It's most likely one of those Bell helicopters or something, those Bell ones. judging by the sound of the recording. I think it's this scene. I think it's after this scene. It cuts to some sort of waterfall, but not on this pressing, not on this version. I think they added that years later, and so this is how it would be when it was seen theatrically. It might have been after. Well, you got ocean waves. Where's that? Hawaii. Yeah, that's Hawaii. You got the volcano mountain or somewhere over to the background. So you want water, a kind of water effect. That's pretty hard to do, I suppose. And then you got the wave over on one side. So when it comes over in crests, where's Grand Canyon. The way this is all filmed and such, it's as if they could have had all of more footage of it. They could have used it for one of those short IMAX documentaries. Yeah, the wind and all such. But when you're up in midair, you're going to hear wind or breeze will be below you. So a difference there, a difference up there. And, you need, like I say, below surround. So then if it sounds like, and some other psychoacoustic put in there to sort of like make you feel like you want to jump up on top of the seat because you think there's just nothing down there but thin air or such, a long drop, so to speak. Rio de Janeiro. Was it the hands of God or something? It sounds like a jet airliner behind me. Wow.
Sorry about that, ladies. Sorry about that, ladies.
This movie was kind of a bit ahead of its time. It's like, you get all the other movies that same cliche, only Strange Days or Johnny Demonic or this is gonna feel weird or Neo in the Matrix,
There you go.
I certainly wouldn't want to have a device like that, because I think the way it gets depicted in this movie, I think it's a little bit warped, sick. So wouldn't mind if they can do something acoustic. Well, I certainly don't want to wear anything on my head, and especially with the way things are today, it might be plucking information from you. Yeah. Yeah. Edward Snowden tried to warn us. I like the way it's got thunder rumble in the background in this movie, and it sounds natural. I like all the rest of these stupid movies where you just got stupid, all this bass and sub bass LFE, completely makes it sound unrealistic.
Just for us. Congratulations, guys.
Hello.
This is great.
I've never had so many people want to.
I mean, you get all this thunder effect or whatever it is in Atmos speakers, or Atmos overhead with speakers overhead. It just doesn't. There are gaps. Speakers are over here, and there. It doesn't work. That's not how nature is. It's completely seamless, uniform. You know, when that thunder rolls, it's literally moving. It's not hot jumping from one speaker to another speaker to another speaker. That's not how it does it in nature. You know, but back then, you know, they could have still put a bundle of speakers, a bundle. So when you walk around and you move near to these speakers, even though you're not realizing you are walking towards speakers used for the surround, usually when you go up at the typical back part of the auditorium, you got an aisle that goes around. It curves, usually, typically in the grand ones, it curves. You know, and you're only a few feet away from those speakers. You can't get too near to the ones on the sidewalls because they're a little bit higher up. But you know, if you were to have more speakers and then you just walk, you just notice this complete uniform sound. Can easily be done in the home, easily, but cinemas are not going to do that. Dubbing stages are not going to do that because they just think, oh gosh, the money. But most probably realise the atmos is flawed. Just doesn't have it. You know, it's only a tiny, small approximation of and then again there's also sound in between. You know, you can't just have speakers up there around. You know, that's not how things work in nature, or how things are in nature, because you still get sound information that's here that does that. That's like wind, and it moves. You know, wind is not over there, not unless, of course, you notice. That'd be something. Just sort of go out on a day that's windy, just sit down in a seat, and but you know, when it starts to when it ends, I don't know. It could be hours. It could be literally hours. And to record it is well, how would I go about? You know, I'd use multiple recorders, multiple recording. So I have microphones on the ground, literally on the ground, and then a little bit higher up, and then a little bit more higher up, and 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 have them also microphones. Oh gosh, I'd have a shitload, and then just record it multi, and then if I had the speaker layout in the room, floor, sidewall, 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 overhead, on the ceiling, on the ceiling, on the ceiling, the back and the back and the back, and then play the recordings back. But without, that's the other thing is you're gonna get wind blowing sound of what. It just wouldn't be. Just wouldn't be. It's going to have a lot of things that are missing, like trying to feel that wind breeze that moves against my trousers, up here a little bit, up here a little. Yeah, it's doing all that. Yeah.
I do have a certain expertise.
Listen, you were a hack at Stanford and a hack at Bell.
He's on your team.
Why?
He is on your team.
No!
Lillian, goddammit, the man just wants...
Alex, don't goddamn me, sweetheart. Just don't goddamn me. And don't take my project. This is mess. See it before we know what it's really about.
I'm sorry.
You're going to spoil the whole thing. You're going to spoil the whole thing.
Oh, you're so stupid.
I want to tell you something. I don't like the way you treat me in front of these people. You keep calling this thing mine. I've been standing next to you from the start. It's mine too. So don't do that.
Oh, you don't get it. Oh, you don't get it.
Too. So don't do that.
Oh, you don't get it. Oh, keep it.
No. No. No.
Create different modes on the train. You can create different modes, different theatre modes. Trouble is when using the center middle back through a matrix, when it goes through a matrix decoder, it's like, you know, like I say, it's extracting signal mostly away from. But when you get a voice that's supposedly to be behind you, it's only going to be in a one solo position. It doesn't mean necessarily it's going to be right down the middle. And it could be over this way or over that way. It could be down here slightly. It could be up here a little bit. It depends on the scene, the situation, the whole thing, you know. I'm trying to create a psychoacoustic. A lot of people with all their home theatres and all the, you know, atmos and all that, you don't get it. You're probably not listening to real world sound. Don't have to go outdoors to hear real world sound. You do quite a lot of that indoors, and it completely dwarfs all this technology. You know, if you have a multi a mixer or such, and then use some other form of encode, and then mix and then decode it later. So, you know, when you're mixing it, you're going to have sound below you, somewhere in between that's, you know, so it sounds like it's there, and it can shift over that position or that position, or shift upward or shift downward over your shoulder, or back, down, behind, literally over your shoulder, right, literally in a three-dimensional space, rather than it sort of being in the same cliche up right against the back walls, the side walls, the ceiling, or just say on the floor. But you got to have some other way to phantom image and move certain sounds around. I think it's just a little bit late now, because if I can think that waiting around for something like that to come around, like, you know, if they go make Atmos Mark II versions, it's just not going to work, because the whole thing's got to be from scratch. But you have a new decoder that goes with your existing decoder, so you don't have to throw the other decoder away. You just add on something to an extension, and then put the new speaker layout designed into the room, with everything. So that's yeah. So you got set it up with laser alignment or such. Not that, you know, you're going to get laser alignment sound, the sound still spreads out. I suppose if I wanted to try something, just trying to think what I could do with the audio mixers, and how would I set it up into the system, if I can set it up into the system, or hold on. Yeah. So even when I do that, it's in this position. It's not like when you hear it in a movie. It's like out there, and they put a load of reverberation on it to make it feel like a yeah. So you feel it's like, you think, what the heck? Yeah. Just trying to think what I could do with the audio mixers. Maybe the small basic audio mixer I got, rather than wiring up the 24 channel mixer. Just to do a basic. Well, I know the basic mixer's only got something basic on it. Maybe better just to use the other mixer, and then I'd have to put the two of the same speaker. I can mix match, I suppose, but I could put two identical ones, so I know where I stand with that. The one thing is one thing I noticed like about a month or two ago is when listening to stereo on the laptop, and then what the speakers are here and here. This is the laptop in me, and then I turn it round this way so that the speakers was one below me and one above. Did I hear stereo? What do you think? You try it. You give it a listen, and then you'll give if you want to give a comment back, if you're not too scared to leave me a comment, because I know most of you on YouTube you fear me, you know, you're scared. So if you want to leave a comment, yeah, you can go and listen to him, because it is a bit of a strange one. If I Google it, I'll probably see the answer as to why. I think this movie's coming up to a Q dot, or I don't know, because it's. So I got it on the other player. What is it? On player number 1. Yeah. So if I just turn the brightness up on it, you can't see the image. I'll probably just see the Q dots, because the Q dots usually appear in the black pillow area on the movie. I never noticed them before, because I probably had the black level turned down a little bit too much. Yeah, they only seem to appear in the widescreen shots, but not the scope when it goes POV brainstorm vision, or what do they call it, ultra panavision. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Listen to stereo, and then you put it that way. Now, if it were mixed differently or such, yeah, you'd hear a sound up there and a sound down here. But when it's just 2-channel stereo, and you round that way, it's halfway between you. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you, it just goes to mono. Weird. I suppose if I had a switch, so set up 2 speakers, so I can switch mono stereo to see if I notice a slight difference in the signaling. But maybe if there was some sort of actual phase shifting or whatever moving, so it seems like there's something about that position where it's mixed, calculated within the room or such, and it sounds like it's this position, and then it can shift downward whilst there is other discrete sound going on above and discrete sound going on below. You put another layer in the mix, and you can kind of shift it and then move it from the other designated speakers that would be parallel. So you can mess with psychoacoustics. I don't think something like that should cost a lot, really, honestly. But to mix and all that, oh yeah, you wouldn't be pumping it out like all this rubbish atmos getting pumped out. Like they pump out atmos like they pump out Pepsi Max. There's not much left in there. It's just a teeny little dribbles of the flavour. Yeah, here's a tip. Want a little bit more of that flavour? Just crack open a little water and just pour a little, not too much. Just shake it, whirl it around a little. Yeah, still got the flavour. Yeah, pour a little bit more in. Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah. Like they say, every little drop helps. Just swig it around like that. The can's not empty of the flavour until it is empty. I suppose the other alternative is cut the can open and then start licking it. Do the same with tomato ketchup. You don't put too much water in, you just put a little bit, or you could put a little bit and maybe add maybe a tiny fraction of vinegar, because there's a vinegar ingredient in the tomato ketchup, and then just give it a shake, and then just take that bloody top off. You know, what's the point of squeezing it? And just take the top and just pour it over your bangers or your pie or whatever the bloody hell it is that you're going to eat. Yeah. Otherwise, you're throwing a percentage of ketchup in the bin. Does that make sense? You know, you should really get in there at the end, you know, and lick your plate. You know, not many people do that today. You give a plate to a dog and they're going to clean that plate clean. But bloody hell, look at all the sauce and the gravy that's still on. Yeah, it's like Atmos. You know, you want to lick. You want the damn thing to lick you. Lick me. Give it all the Atmos it's got. Oh dear. You want to get all the. You can only go so far. You can only go so far with a new, different type of. You see it in every movie. Doesn't matter what movie. You see all this information, but there's still just not enough actually put into it. You know, still get a wow, but then you calm down after the wow, and then you start analysing and think, bloody hell, there's so much missing, and all these discrete sounds that are on the tracks, that are moving around, maybe actually moving, or they're actually still they're in a fixed position, and the only way it's moving is the camera, which is us, or the POV, the point of view, and that's moving, and then you hear all the change, unless these objects are people and they're moving, or if it's, say, like someone playing music, basking, they're one side, or they're slightly in front of you, you're walking past them, you just hear not just an instrument that sounds like it's over one side, it would also have reflection. If it's playing out somewhere in a street, it's going to have reflection sounds as well, accompanying with it. You got to throw all those, you get reflections over one side whilst someone's over that, and then they go, and then as you go forward away, they go, they're slightly behind, and then also the loudness of it gets a little bit weaker and weaker, or smaller, because you're moving away from it. very little weak signal, and the surrounds at the moment. There's not any strong levels in the mix. It's mostly, at least, what is allowed in the matrix. And what you would get in a discrete mix would be something totally different. And then listening to a discrete one, it's like, is there something else that's missing? It's like, and that information has got to match the front. If it's atmospheric sound in the, that or whatever, it's got to match the front, but have some sort of shit, if the cameras move or whatever, you notice this slight shift in the signal, and you get a wow. But if it's something that's totally different sounding in the surround, and it doesn't match the front, to me that doesn't make sense. It's like they go in this decompression chamber. It's going to have a certain sound to it, a certain scale, a certain size. You go from, you step in through it for a hatch. One side is acoustically different to the other, and you got to have that. It's like, even though the scene cuts different, where you're inside the chamber and then someone opening a hatch, stepping into it. Now, if it were done the opposite way, so it's a POV, so you open a hatch and then you go from the acoustical sound from one area going into another area, you notice the change. It's very simple. Like one time I analysed going from a hallway, opening a door, going into what's called a conservatory or area, very small, and then you open another door. The change in the pressure of the size, and then going into something a little bit smaller, and then opening a door, and then when opening a door, you feel air, boof, coming in front of you slightly, like when you open the door, you feel this air. And that air is uniform. It's not just there in front. It's the door is 6 foot, probably just under 7 foot high, by about just about 3 foot wide or so. It depends on the door. Sometimes they're narrower and sometimes they're wider. When you open that door, that air or such is completely uniform, and every little creak or such, or little, in the seam or around the door frame and the hinges, that's all got detail. When you hear it in a movie, it sounds like bloody mono. It doesn't sound like really going or opening a door and you feel air pressure and you hear all the creak. There's just not enough speakers to do that. You just get a tiny approximation and you think it sounds like a door. Yeah, it's the sound of a door, but it's just not detailed enough. Oh, it's going over the side B. I'll stop it. Start up again. That's player 1. I think it'll be not a problem. It's player 2. It's got a little hit little hitch of a hiccup. Just needs to be sorted. Because the imaging and so forth. Player 1 and player 2 are totally different. They look the same. Player 1's got a different, when you look at the frame, the time, minutes, seconds, and it's also got frame count as well. And the other features on it are a little bit different to the other player. I don't know why Pioneer do that. It's like they're trimming off something, trading some other features off. They should all be equal. When they made these later Pioneer models. It's the Pioneer now. I think it was about 90. I think it was a 97, 98. 97, 98 these models came out. I think they're late models, but 22, 28, 18. Well, they're getting on for almost 30 years. These 909s and 919s or such, or any other player that's more or less the same chassis, but different faceplate. These ones are getting on for almost 30 years. They probably had a few upgrade parts, serviceable parts put on them, spindle motor, maybe a new laser, belts, but other components, capacitors and such. They're going to last so long, and then they need to be changed. Unless you get a service manuals and you study the components, on power supply and then maybe other boards. And you think, well, these you list all the components, and then you see that they are still, these components are still available. Not the same one, but the same, capacitors and so, they're going to be parts available, and you just got to change everything. Still a lot of soldering. Because there's not really practical service engineers around now that would do these players. It's like you got to learn how to do it yourself and become maybe a service engineer, because you're the only one that knows the player more. Then you're going to try and find a service engineer, and they're going to be very few and far between. And if you do it carefully and change all the components, you're not going to notice maybe much difference. Just mean that the parts are going to last another 30 years or so. Well, you never know. Pioneer might have put some parts on these players that are going to last. It's just other parts that, that everything is always capacitors. They're always the heat generated, electric, the heat. I think if I keep talking like this, I'm going to jinx my player. There's a lot of capacitors inside and other. I'm absolutely gobsmacked with the quality on this Laserdisc.
Good idea. Let's eat.
It doesn't have ridiculous edge enhancement all over it. It's a pretty decent transfer. You know, if only
Lou, what do you got for me?
it being given a high definition, not that moose thing. I'm not sure how the sound thing works on that moose, and from looking at the speaker layout on moose, it looks like it's something I wouldn't even want to buy. But they could have put, I think, maybe Dolby Digital onto it.
It's a marshmallow sauce.
Or just regular, but not this moose thing, because it just looks, I don't know, it looks a bit, looks a little bit naff. But high definition, yeah. There's only so much, there's only so much you can upscale.
Hey, spaceman, welcome back to planet Earth.
I'm not sure. I think I've got another Pepsi in the fridge, but not that one.
Just a few seconds. I think I got an idea.
Let's put some air conditioning. You know, you put a real air conditioner in a real room. You know, fuck the atmos. Wow, it's the real thing. It's in its one position, and I can move around the room, and that sound is going to change. Move out of its direction. I don't feel the cool air, but I feel some part or sense some part of the room getting cooler. You see, blows hair around. Blows hair around, yeah. And then turn an AC on. It doesn't, I'll say, turn a fan on. It only takes a very short while, and then that air is constant. Now, there's one thing I could do psychoacoustic. If I had multiple fans and I put earplugs in and maybe some ear defenders on, so I muffle the sound of the mechanical sound of the fans, and put fans in different positions, one maybe aiming downward, one upward angle, and then turn them on at different times. And maybe also get some of those that oscillate, so they just slightly oscillate and turn. But to turn them all on at different time, and so we'll get a It's interesting when you speak or make sound in front of a fan. You go up real close, and the blades are going. You get your voice. It sounds very different. Because the blades are where sound is hitting a blade and then passing through the blade and hitting a blade and passing through the blade, you get this, it's like, say, do that, do what, and it's very difficult, because fingers are only so. It's a lot easier with a fan and then put it in front. Even a small PC fan, it doesn't have to be a big fan. You blow into it, you make different sounds, like it sounds like it's buzzing or flip, or I think I call it flipping, or flapping, flipping, flapping. Oh gosh. Well, still more to it. There's a lot to it. I think, if you've got small rooms and such, and you just try to make a design, so like select speaker components, because you can spend tens of thousands on speakers, like this guy that he's doing in his room at the moment. I can't say that I think he's doing a very good job of it. He's got, say, maybe the right idea, but it's the way he's doing it in the room, with the way the walls are, to where seating's going to be, and you're not going to get decent surround in every seat. It's going to be like you're only going to get a decent part in one area, and the rest, oh dear, it's going to be like, what? Because most people think all this 5.1, 7.1 is these two speakers there, and that's not how it works. If you got a receiver, a processor, like I think he's got an Anthem, so he looks at the outputs. It's not like thinking, all right, like I would, and I think, right, I've got these outputs, I'll just connect a Y lead on there, or I'll put it through another processor. So the out goes from the main processor and then put it through another part, and then split the signals of the amplifiers and speakers, so that you get more speakers going down the sides. But it still doesn't make sense in his room, because he's going to have seats down this end, and they're not going to be on axis or sight line with the blooming screen. You're going to be over this side. It's just going to look weird, and you're just going into a boombox room. Yeah, you could have done that. Spent the same, maybe spent less of the money, brought components, and then think, how can I go with in-floor speaker? And basically he's doing it the wrong way. There's two ways I could have done this room. I could have done it so it's that way, and the projection screen will be over there. But that only then means I can only put a limited amount of seats in the room. And the screen, mind you, with the speakers, the cinema speakers behind it, would mean that it's going to be 3 foot away from that wall. And this space here is about 9 foot 2 inches. So It'll look very claustrophobic. It wouldn't project right, and it wouldn't sound right. It'd be very, very awkward. Wouldn't have proper, So I thought, I have to do it the other way and make it work. What he should have done in his room is turn it around the other way and make it work. Oh, so what if your screen size is going to be a little bit small? Oh, big deal. You still compare it to a typical average OLED, which most people would have, is probably about 65 inches. That's probably the most common size. Especially now that the prices have come down, but if you go for a large one, you're stuck. Then where the bloody hell am I going to put the speakers? You're back at this dilemma that started decades ago with big CRTs, and it's like, where do I put the speakers? You either go with small compact ones, PA types or such, and then you put them above. But when they get too near to that CRT, that color's going to go. It's going to get discolored. Because not most all small compact PA speakers don't have magnetic shielding. Some of the JBL control range does, but yeah. I don't think most people who would go in his room would have the heart to say, I think it sounds terrible. You've got a lot of speakers there, but it's just the wrong room. And even if he does it the other way, I think looking at the way his basement is, I would see about knocking some part of it out to extend it a little bit, and then use it round the other way and put real cinema seats in the room, big home cinema seats with all this flipping, that just takes up floor space. Realistically, his room is almost about the size of mine. So you only probably get away with 6 seats in the room. And then you had the speakers carefully positioned, so it's like a very small auditorium. And then very few subs, because the way it's going to, because you'd have a few at the front and a few at the back. You get that, if you want to equalize the LFE, but you want to keep the bass in the positions of the screen channels, which can put out quite sufficient bass levels, and surround speakers can do the same sometimes. Then you get an even sound field. It's like if I stand over in the corner of the room near the door, I'm going to be outside of the surround field. I'll still hear it, but I wouldn't hear speakers literally behind me, because there isn't a speaker mounted in that position on the door. I placed them so that that's the best I can do and get away with. I like to have done it in the bedroom, but then I'm faced with where the door is positioned, and the length would be a little bit shorter. I think the sub bass sometimes with just the two fronts is quite sufficient sometimes. Yeah, it's just depending on the mood and the tuning and getting things so that they're right. You check it with the pink noise and the RTA, and you check the low frequency of the bass is at the right level with the surround, the bass in the surrounds, and it's also listening to the tone, because then the front ones might be given a different signature tone, with where the crossover slope is, and putting other filters, bandpass filters, to knock out a few of these other, like, I think that's a little bit hard or rough, because it doesn't tonally match in with the bass levels for the surrounds. And the surrounds are going to be completely different, going from up there and going all the way down to the back of the room. Or could be the front. That could be the back of the room. Just because where and how we are seated, or what way we are facing, we think that's the front and that's behind us. But if you turn around, yeah, or put my hands there, my voice sounds different. My voice sounds different. 1 2 1 2 1. Voice. Yeah, it sounds different. Because I'm putting the sound in the opposite. I hear it in front of me a little bit, but also another part of the frequency response. That's 1 2. That sounds a little bit up there. I'll go that way. And hang on. Yeah, go the other way. It sounds like more that is down at this angle, and then I'll go this way. And it sounds like it's like that. Psychoacoustics. Put me closer to the atmos, Norman. Someone will hear it, Mother. Are you ashamed of my atmos? You know the neighbors are talking about it, Mother. Oh. I've had Brainstorm disc on the players now for 2 days. Probably look at where see where that Blu-ray is and pop that one in, and even though it's got some sound error on it as well, it's got a bit of a sound error. That's the other thing, is where this is Chet going through all these scenes, these Brainstorm scenes, like, so if they sort of felt like they were there, then going from something like this or a roller coaster, the climate condition will be a little bit warm. Going to something like that, condition might be a bit cooler. Because I know that sled thing, or what, I don't know how it's done. I think it's real ice or snow, or is it bloody hell, if it's frozen, like what's it with damn, it's pretty pricey, isn't it? But it will be a cooler condition, and plus the speed that also you'd be moving in cold air, it gets even colder. Gets a lot colder compared to a roller coaster that's in warmer air. You would get a breeze, but as soon as that stops, you're going to notice the ambient temperature surrounding, and well, snowmobile build those conditions will be pretty cold and such. That's another element that's missing. And you're not pushing air on this. You're not pushing air. You're looking backwards. There'll be a sort of air there, breeze or such, but not as much as when you're going forward and it's pushing against you. You would have a slight opposite of it, and that a kind of slightly negative sort of looking from the back. Until it comes up to, like, say, there where the truck is looking at the front, and then you'd be pushing air, and then it goes, woo, it goes flying. Yeah. You should have a sense of, like, the road surface, the ground plane, or the road surface, a road boundary surface. And then suddenly a sense of psychoacoustic of, like, there's nothing there anymore down here. It's like, seems bottomless. I recall going up in an air balloon, being up in an air balloon. And you feel this kind of bobbing sort of effect, sort of elastic kind of movement-ish, because it's still connected tether down to the ground. A pilot on the board the balloon in case something goes wrong. But you feel this, and the sense of sound of people on the ground sound very distant, and you get this uniform windy breeze just moving around. You just see but they don't do that balloon thing downtown anymore. I think they stopped it a few years ago. It was a bit of an attraction. I don't know which one's better. The ice rink they got there now, I don't know if that ice rink's there every year, but the balloon was pretty good. There you go, But yeah, that's another psychoacoustic that, it's very easy. You go on those elastical bungee things. You could go, just take me off the up so many feet. You feel this elastical, but and then until it settles, but you're going to feel weight because you're strapped into a harness and so forth, and you're going to feel this, sort of thing. but the acoustical sound that's below you will be, a little bit more, say, different, or maybe so than going up unless you got a ladder that's like that and you put it in the middle and you go up, you can sense the sound below, and then you notice a slight wobble in the ladder, and you think, it's just secure, because you need supports around it to make sure it's secure. Just try and get all the information. Trying to find the most refreshing drink. I don't know. Water. A chilled Pepsi at a certain temperature, but it's going to gradually put ice with it, keep it cooler. Or maybe a 7-Up with some ice cubes. I really got to lay off the other stuff. I just have a teeny sliver of it now, but just a little bit of that's not good. You see, look at all these people. They're coming in from the rain. It's raining. I think it's actually raining in the movie. I think it's actually raining. But then, they can always do that illusion with putting those sprinkler things up, and spraying water around and make it look like, this movie is, I like this, See, doesn't have to be Star Wars, when they play those lightsabers and such in the Phantom Menace, sometimes the bass frequency feels like or the bass mid or such. It seems like it's moving whoosh round this way, and I feel it moving across. On the where it goes like through the surround, when it's moving from the screen speakers, and it's like the lightsabers like a 3-dimensional. And then you see this blur image, and then it's go this way, like create a sort of psychoacoustic. But it's layers and layers and layers of tracks. If they were, so you get the sound going in a certain direction, and the way the bass mid frequency moves, sometimes it sounds like it could be going below, or maybe a bit upward, depending on the multitudes of frequencies, and you get these, this movement. Oh, don't do that. Oh, wow. That's like listening to some sound surround effect, multi-track in stereo surround. Oh dear. Because I got the air conditioner on one side. Then I'm cutting sound, changing the pressure, and the cutting sound a little bit off, on, off, on. Oh yeah. Can I do it this way? Yeah, I notice a change. I notice a. Is there anything I notice here? It is subtle. It is. Oh gosh, it's like listening to this talk on the Audio Science Review, SYNAD, or bloody signal noise ratio. It is so low. I know it is so subtle. What about above? Yeah, I know it's a tiny change in, like, because where sound is coming with air coming in one side, and then yeah, you can create this like something maybe getting nearer and then moving away. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Can't hear it on this cam. Can't hear it on the. Maybe if I do that near the the microphones. Not sure what that's going to sound like. How long is this in the video? Oh, it's coming up 2 hours. I'll just do it like an exercise. Getting a bit worn out. Here we go. That's probably enough. I'll see if I can hear anything on the playback. But it's better in person with our actual ears, our actual auditory. Because the air and such, it is still mapping multitudes of directionalities. Whew. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Oh my god, I've got to stand up. Bloody hell, awkward. Oh, it's not like laying down on the bed horizontal. It's been sat in the seat at a very weird angle. Oh, my legs are aching. Oh, my legs are aching. Ooh. Damn. I think this can's been in the fridge for a year. That sound. A little bit more in.
Howard's mom. Take a look. Howard's mom. Take a look. Take a look. Howard's mom. Howard's mom. Howard's mom. Howard's mom. Howard's mom. Take a look. Howard's mom. Howard's mom. Take a look. Oh, take a look.
It's not a bad psychoacoustic. It's not bad as it goes. It's not bad. Right, it's pretty okay.
Howard's mom. Howard's mom. Take a look. Howard's mom. Take a look.
Got the on the far right. Got the I think that's the output levels. A little bit of the output levels, and on the left side, it's the input levels. So yeah, it can't show the whole screen on the other thing because you've got to scroll along it because it's a 4:3 ratio.
Take a look. Howard's mom. 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 Take a look. Howard's mom. Take a look. Howard's mom. Take a look.
Go. Why don't you just go? Why don't you just go? Why don't you just go? Take the house. Take the house. Take the house. Take the car. Take the car. I'll go to a hotel. I'll go to a hotel. I can't live like this, Karen. I can't live like this, Karen. The strength is Karen. The strength.
What are you talking about? You can't live like this. Are you talking about the house? I never wanted it. About the house? I never wanted it. It was you.
No.
I never wanted it. It was you.
No, it's you.
It was you.
No, it's you. That's not me you're looking at. That's not me you're looking at. That's not me you're looking at. It's you. That's not me you're looking at. It's you.
Can you describe what you're feeling? Can you describe what you're feeling?
I don't know. I don't know. I got mad. At you. At you.
What were you thinking?
You mean when you
certain recordings. Sometimes I've noticed other movies where they play with certain psychoacoustic, and it seems like a difference in pressure or the sound of the mix, like it's pretty nearish, but it's not, because I know where the speakers are located. It's just the mixing of frequencies and level, and have a room that's acoustically treated, dampened, and then just have the what's created in a mix to create that illusion. But it's out there. It's out here. It's out here. It's not like wearing headphones, closed headphones, and you got something there, on you, like when there's certain other things going on, and there's other detail in these mixes that's just not placed here. It's out there. But sometimes they can make it sound like, but that's just messing with the and thinking, can we do this? Can we do that with it? With the mixer, that is, the effects and such, and because the speakers are still going to be where they are. Unless you make those speakers slightly move toward you whilst doing some other you got to create a mix, and then so that where it's timing and it's moving on a track with speakers, not playing stupid sound, just playing something ambient-ish or such, and moving nearer and nearer, and do all sorts of other mess around with, when it's going to get so close, and then change the mix, so then it seems like the speakers are still some distant away from you by just manipulating the frequency and the mix and such. Yeah, lots of things you can mess around with. Yeah. It's like when you drink, it goes down one passage, it goes down one direction. Actually, that's not true, because if you can't do that, you can feel it and sense it in your mouth. And it's like stereo. Multi-stereo. I'm messing with your minds. I think this movie's a little underrated. A little underrated. You know, my cats don't like that sound. When I put it near to my cats, they go away. They don't like that sound. And yeah, it's ambient-ish. They just don't like it. Yeah, one of the actors in this movie, in this scene here, Joe Dorsey, I think his name is called Joe Dorsey. No, not that there. This guy here, Joe Dorsey. He's 101. 101, blimey. I was only looking on the, technical credits on Brainstorm, and I was just thought, to see this guy here, and yeah, he's still around. 101. 101 he is. No, 100. 100 or 101? No, 101. Like 101 Dalmatians. Damn. I think he's pretty much retired from movies and that. I think the last he did were, oh gosh, very early, somewhere around early 2000s. Yeah, but he appears as character actor in War Games or Brainstorm or just about any other, I can see. I think I've got a few. Yeah. Gosh. Yeah. Wonder what is. Yeah, it's genetics, isn't it? Yeah, it just needs just a little bit high definition, and I'll be able to read that ECG graph paper a little bit. I'll be able to see a little bit more detail on it. But it's not like everything's ruined with edge enhancement. It's got color tone to it. That looks natural. Oh, what happened there? Just play that back. Yeah, when I belched and I was looking at the image, it kind of fluttered, it jittered. I created an head cavity sound, vibration, acoustical, and had bass mid frequency, and then the image just flickered a little bit. unlike some people on YouTube where they try to fake their sub-bass speakers like it's yeah, right, yeah, sure it's doing that in the room. All like the vibration that he's getting there in the flight simulator. Well, like, you know, bass shakers are not going to really do that sort of vibration. You need something to actually that's mechanically moving, you know, the floor in a certain rhythm. Or maybe those impressive, what do you call it, bass hover bass things. Won't work on these cinema seats because they'll creak, and you know, on other seats it'll probably work okay. But you know, that's like a bouncy Dolby Atmos bouncy sub house effect. But it has to be programmed to respond to certain scenes. Can't just be everything, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. So you get psychoacoustics. It's got, you know, it's a. I think now it's a little bit too late now with all this Atmos stuff. They should have done this year. They should have done this years ago, and had it all, you know, sorted out. That sound effect reminds me of a cue stick hitting a ball, and you know, it hits another ball. This sound effect, it sounds like it's been processed or manipulated or processed a little bit. Yeah, I know, it just has a sort of similar rhythm to a cue stick hitting the ball and hitting another ball. Some good sound panning effect there. I like the way it sounds in stereo. Wow. It's like Star Wars. It's got a nice rumble, a nice low rumble in it. All I would feel in the bass shakers is just a vibration, but not something enough to like actually move it well, because I've got my camera on my lap. That's why it's a laptop. So Moving around. Yeah. Oh, I can feel my arms doing all this, so it's like that doesn't work. That's not how it works, really. I probably have to have something like mini hydraulics. I wonder if they. Well, no. I think I'll forget about it. That's go. That would get just stupid costly. That would. Yeah, if you had some sort of small mini like hydraulics, I can pivot the floor, bounce it, sort of, or do it in certain areas of the floor, depending on how the seats are attached. And it'd be only so far you can go with it. You don't want to go too far, otherwise. Yeah, scare a big body. I think it's going up to a disc change. I'll do a manual changeover. I think, yeah, Pliat will probably make it over side B, but yeah, it's got to be absolutely calibrated with an alignment screw. It's got to be adjusted just to make sure, absolutely certain that disc, first time, second time, third time, can play from the inside to the middle to the outer side without any distortion in the image, no crosstalk, no stuttering, or the laser going back a few seconds or such. It's got to move smoothly. The tracking on the what's it? But it's everything else has got to be balanced so that laser just glides, tracks right underneath millimeters underneath the surface of the disc. Just turn on the other extra amplifier. I'll just see if I can mess around with something. Don't know if I'll make it happen, make it work. Should be. Just play something. Oh yeah, so there's a Q dot on. There's a Q dot on this scene.
When I found it, they locked me.
Just visual search. A couple of minutes. I'll go back. I wonder if I can see the Q dot. Depends on the brightness level I got. Oh yeah, I just saw the Q dot there. Yeah. Saw two Q dots. So I've been trying to time it because I think I've noticed maybe some of the interval of the Q dots, because usually they often appear every 20 minutes. Sometimes they could be 15 minutes. And it depends on the length of the reels. Let's see if I can do something. I'm not sure if I can do it on the process. I think I should be able to, theoretically. Not sure if I'll be able to do it. I was just finding a mode. So probably have to create another theatre mode. So on input, I don't think you do it on input. That would be the outputs. The outputs. So where is it? Oh yeah, there it is. Let me see. If I vary, the problem is with there's not a variable on this. I don't think a variable phase. The only other way you could do it is tricking it with the time delay, and that often works by just small amount because that changes the polarity, phase, and frequency alignment and shifts it. So, I have to make sure the other ones are turned on for the make this, but really need it going into let me see. Maybe I'll try this one. That goes along. Let's bring the what's it up on the display. Yeah, I've got those turned on now. Okay, let's turn it up. Probably got to divert the signal, switch it. Oh, hang on. Probably going to have to put this on a different mode, different theatre mode. Probably go there.
It's not right to be. It's not right to be here. It's my land.
Change some of the outputs. Just turn those off. But it's not going to connect into. Yeah. It's not going to. I'd have to have another decoder connected. But I got the. Hang on. Let's see. If I put that on. That puts the sound, but the sound is mono matrix surround. That's going to go below me now. Let me see if I go into the delay. Yeah, I'm gradually making it shift. So it's kind of going back to the other speakers. So I've changed that. It's better to change it. It's better to adjust it with pink noise.
No right to be here. It's my house. It's my house. Right to be here. It's my house. To be here. It's my house. No right to be here. No right to be here. It's my house. No right to be here. It's my house. No right to be here. It's my house.
Given the loudness on that,
No right to be here. It's my house.
it's only shifted a little bit. It's not shifting a whole lot. It's got to balance the output level on the below surround.
No right to be here. It's my house. Right to be here. It's my house. Right to be here. It's my. No right to be here. It's my house. No right to be here. It's my house. To be here. It's my house. To be here. It's my house.
Just put it back to the regular middle surround.
No right to be here. No right to be here. It's my house. To be. No right to be here. It's my house. Be here. It's my house. Be here. It's my house. Here. It's my house. Be here. It's my house.
Bring it down. And take it up really high. Sounds kind of stereo-ish now. Take it up a little bit more. Now it sounds very dry, or it's changed.
Where do you think it is? Where do you think it is? I have an idea. I have an idea. Should I cut him off? I have an idea. Should I cut him off? No, let's cut him off. Should I cut him off? No, let's see how far he gets. Let's see how far he gets. See if he's as good as he thinks he is. He's as good as he thinks he is. See if he's as good as he thinks he is. No, let's see how far he gets. No, let's see how far he gets. See if he's as good as he thinks he is. Come off. No, let's see how far he gets. No, let's see how far he gets. How far he gets. See if he's as good as he thinks. See if he's as good as he thinks he is. If he's as good as he thinks he is. How far he gets. See if he's as good as he thinks he is. No, let's see how far he gets. See if he's as good as he thinks he is. Where do you think it is? Where do you think it is? Where do you think it is? I have an idea. It is. I have an idea. I have an idea. Should I cut him off? Should I cut him off? Should I cut him off?
It's a little bit loud for the one part of the array, so I'll put the other arrays on.
See how far he is. See if he's as good as he thinks he is. Flight data type easy fit. Let's file the XL9. He knows it's a code. He knows it's a code. The XL9. He knows it's a code. He's trying to get in. Get in. Familiar states. Trauma. Physical pain. Threshold. Threshold. Threshold.
Negative memory. Psychotic episode.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
want me to do? Play it for him. Jimmy, load it up.
Hey, whatever you want.
It will be the result of your subconscious fears transformed to your conscious awareness. 5 seconds to turn. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Mike, I'm glad you called. I needed to get away and think. 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 I'm in Mother's. 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 Mother's. I'm going to stay a few days. I'm going to stay a few days. 32.
time together before. Time together before.
You've got a deal, Mike.
Why don't you tell me a story? Before.
Work is my life. For heels, madly.
Shut the damn things down. We can't. More operations been bypassed. Can't. More operations been bypassed. More operations been bypassed. Has to be somebody who knows the system. Shut the damn things. Shut the damn things down. We can't. More operations been bypassed. Has to be somebody who knows the system. Has to be somebody who knows the system. All right, kid.
Doors jammed. I'll go down to security. And I'll go. Doors jammed. I'll go down to security. And doors jammed. Doors jammed. Doors jammed. I'll go down to security. Jammed. I'll go down to security. Doors jammed. I'll go down to security. Doors jammed. I'll go down to security.
Stop. Everything is locked. What's going on? What's going on? All the doors are stopped. Everything is locked. All the doors are stopped. Everything is locked. Everything is locked. Doors are stopped. Everything is locked. All the doors are stopped. Everything is locked.
Arrested. Is falling. Arrest. Cut brace is falling. Arrested. Yes, sir.
To the company on another line. You can still get to the company on another line. Don't like anymore.
Wow. Using one of the below surrounds. I think I should put some of the other JBLs. The other bit, got a few more control ones. Maybe to spread or place just a few. Could do at the front, but it's just a mono signal zones when used in Atmos. If I ever care to ever put an Atmos disc in the player, and then I've got like discrete sounds for the zones on the floor: zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4. But just put a few more speakers to get a little bit more spread in the sound, and depending on where position is and where some speakers are located, sometimes they give a bit of a uniform sound. You get nearer to them and then they sound like a speaker. There's a lot of Coca-Cola in this movie. I think this movie's sponsored by Coca-Cola. See Coca-Cola vending machines, see Coca-Cola cans. Yeah. I'll try create a theatre mode. So when I use one of the say like a time delay or such, not like the Trinov, because it's got a variable phase. What you've got is polarity. You don't even have variable phase on a storm. He's saying that adjust it a little, or throw a negative polarity, that will send send some of the signal, depending on what sound mode I'm in, and it can send it down to, or unless I do hard wiring and then have it on a switcher, I want to do it stereo zones. Got it figured out, but it's just fitting it in the rack. So it'll might take me a few hours in a day just to do it, or it could end up being pretty tricky and may take a few days. I like that. I like that sound effect there. You know, what's going on, what they're doing there with the mix there, but it sounds like sounds like it's not just up here. It sounds like it's moving downwards slightly in the mix. It's got a bit of a, you know, until I probably go walking toward that speaker a little bit, and then I realise it's just the speaker. That wasn't too bad, that. Yeah, wasn't too bad, that. Caffeine. No caffeine. A little refreshing. But, no. Wow. Just looking at all this equipment in this movie, this oscilloscope. Huh. It's like this oscilloscope is connected or to a microphone or something. It's like where he's speaking, I can see it modulate, or I can see the certain waveform on it with a slight delay. Yeah.
Here it is. Here it is. 919. 919-555-3820. 9. Here it is. 919-555-3820.
Got him. Kill Double Hills area on the Outer Banks.
Here it is. Here it is.
Just lost power in the lab.
I think we got it. I think we got it. Did it? I think we got it.
Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Damn him! Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Ah, damn him! Just lost power in the lab, Bob. I think we got it. I think we got it. Did it? I think we got it. Did it? I think we got it. Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Ah, damn him! Did it? I think we got it. I think we got it. Did it? I think we got it.
50 and break. 050 and
0050 and break.
050 and 050 and break.
Did it?
I think we got it. Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Ah, damn him! Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Ah, damn him! Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Ah, damn him! Just lost power in the lab, Bob. Ah, damn him!
Let go, Landon.
Damn him!
Let go, Landon. Just let go. Let go, Landon. Just let go. Just let go. Just let go.
Super Panavision. Well, listen to Titanic at the end credits. Just when it gets near the end, it sounds a bit like Brainstorm. Similar sort of style. I'll put the other speakers on, the other ones, the SAS ones. Metal seats around. The amplifier switched on for a bit and got the DCX switched on. Oh, cracky. I hardly use it. That was the last time I used this. Oh. That DCX there, or is it this DCX? I can't remember which. I think it's this top one. Oh yeah. Got sound right behind me. Literally. It also gives a bit of bar, you know, vibration feel on the shaker. Let me turn the other. Can I turn the other speakers off? Can I mute them? So that will mute them. What's there? Right, it's gone off now. That's it. So I've got a fader control on the other middle surrounds to do the other special surround zone. So I've just got the SASs running at the moment. And the frequency, I can only get the frequency to go up to a certain range. So they're sounding at full range or full spectrum as high as the frequency response will allow. If I was thinking, because they can give a little better bass shake as well at the same time, and thinking, why didn't I think of putting one of the smaller Dayton exciters behind me? That would allow frequency response to go a little bit high, but I would have to use a crossover, so I don't put too much bass into those little, you know, even though they can do a bit of a shake, but tune the frequency so it'd be, you know, it just means another amplifier in the rack, which it's figuring out how to do the but yeah, it does okay. Although the bass shaker, because the sound is inside the, and it's trying to do as much full range sound as it can possibly do. If it were a bit more airborne, it would be a little bit more louder. But most of the sound is coming from within the shaker at full range. It's set to the highest, and eventually it will roll off the high frequency. I think it can make 1 kilohertz and maybe 2 kilohertz, but it then sounds like sound is inside a bass shaker. Sounds like it's in, rather than coming out. But it works. I'll just try the other zone. Can't hear the other one running. Not sure if the wires are on or off. Sounds disconnected. Can't hear anything. Let me check it out. Maybe my cat Melanie has pulled a wire out. All these cats on it. Wires look okay there, but I have to check the amplifier in. Connected. That's connected. Check the amplifier. Let's see what I'm doing here. I don't think any wire connection could have come undone. They're all connected on the amplifier. I can see one channel is illuminated. Hang on, let me check the. Let me check the. Let's see if I've done something wrong here. Oh yeah. Is it that one? No, hang on. Let's see. There's no reason why it shouldn't work. Or all the connections are in, but let's see something. Oh, that's the back one. That's the one on the back row. But I can't hear the other one. Hang on, let me check. Let me check to see if all the speaker zones are the same. So, have I got left and right input going to the, just check, swap the, what's it around? It's channel A. But I should have a connection going to channel A and C. Channel B there. Channel. I got any crossover filters that are turned down? No, too low. It's either an input. It's either the input on the. Let me turn the level up as high as it go and see if I can see. Could be an input. I'm just trying to think what's going where. Oh, my cats are throwing things around in the kitchen now. They're having a tiz war. Okay, I'm gonna have to generate some pink noise here. Yeah, I'm only seeing pink noise signal going to one input, channel A. I should be seeing channel B, channel C. So it's gotta be, oh gosh. It can't be an XLR that got pulled out. Just trying to remember how I got that thinking. It could be one of those Y leads. Alright, so I have to get in the back there just to check. Just make sure the level's not too high. Just turn that down, check that. Okay, leave that there. Alright. Let's see what's loose. If it's maybe on the input, that's okay, it's up there. Got the DEQ there and then the DCX there. And it'll be over to the left side. Let's see if I can get in here. Where's this going? Where's this going to? Oh, here it is. So I'm done. Don't know which one it's going on to. It's going on to one of these Y lead. The Y lead is not. Be this one. Oh, England. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Let's push this back here. Comes that up later. And it's always something that's disconnected. Don't know how that got disconnected though. It's connected now. Could fumble around if I didn't loosen anything else. So though the other bass shaker playing full range is over on the other seat, I'll mute that. Where's the other one? It should be sounding. Should be sounding. Have I got input signal on that? Can't see any input signal. I've got one channel there. Check the A pair, check all the zone. That's on B. Put that on C. There, gotcha. They sound distant. Now let's see. That one there. Yeah. Let's see if I can do something. I can't feel the other seat because I'm not coupled. I'm not sat in that seat. What about? Oops. That one over there. Seat over on my right side at the far right. It's not much bass frequency with the pink noise that I can feel that's going through, transmitting through the seat because the seats are all coupled. It's kind of isolated a bit. Let me try something. Just try and match or tone the. So. Got the audio limiters banging on. Let's just turn it down a little bit. Let's check all the audio limiters. Okay. The other one sounds a little bit. So This one's bar. It's very difficult to tone match these to where I'm positioned. It's very awkward. So I'll break for a second. What's my cat now doing? Oh, shit, what's going on? Melanie, it's a bad timing, girl. Come on. What's that noise up in there? What's that? What's that making noise there? On the DCXs. Wasn't doing that earlier. What's that noise coming out there? I think. Go and turn one of those amplifiers off. Something strange going on. It's still there. It's weird. Something to do with when I connected that wire lead onto. Can't be because that's on an isolated. That's totally isolated. Turn the amp off. No. It's not making a noise now. That was weird. Turn the amp off and turn it back on and it's not there. That's weird. Let's turn the DCX back on. Yeah, that was weird. Can't figure that. Just do a brief diagnostic check. Environment. Okay. All right. Still got the datum exciters. Still, yeah. Still got to connect up the data on base shakers. It's the characteristic on the exciters. Versus the shaker full range. So I think I'm going to turn those off at the back. Don't want to overrun them. So I'll just use the one over there and here. And let's see. Just try and balance the tone as best as can. Someone's place of Christmas. I just did that a little. So give that a little while. Okay. Turn the ping off. Just check something. Make sure that the wire's not come loose. Check the sign. Just check that it was okay. Yeah, one side needs to help a little bit, I think. Just check, see if it's loose. Yeah. Seems okay. Seems okay. Okay. It's a bit of a long delay. It's an interesting effect. A little bit long, too long now, I think. Let's just back it down on the SAS delay. Mm-hmm. Wow. Wow. You have to get the other ones fitted. Take those daytime exciters off. But I wonder if I could put instead of putting like on a what's it, on a crossover, I could put a capacitor on it. A certain capacitor that will filter off the low frequency and then just allow certain range in the high range, which would be acceptable, I think. Do something like that. I think it sounds good with the SAS surround turned on. So it's kind of like, it's like near field surround, only it's not coming, right into my ear canal. It's just bolted onto the back of the seat with the shaker at full range. And I've got this middle ones just turned on a little bit, so it gives a sound that's kind of out there and a little bit in like that. I wonder if it's possible to get I've got enough shakers here. I could try an experiment and fit one to the ceiling. See how that goes, because the way the ceiling's designed with a plasterboard, and then it goes into a material that's like a dusty kind of like a weak version of a concrete or something. It's got all just like layers of wood, and then just slightly above that are the ceiling joists. Which way they go, I don't know if they go. I don't know if they go across this way or if they're going that way. It's also good with the SAS because it gives the seat a kind of vibration. So it's like being in the surround field. A small bit. Still needs a little bit more finesse. Maybe if I use the bass shaker that is in the seat bucket, that's connected through to the sub or the LFE signal if I want to use it. I could have another lead or such going into it, or another device so I can also filter the surround signal as well as on the floor as well. Yeah, but it'd be interesting to try a bass shaker fitted on the ceiling and see what that does. Trial and error. But,
Can you tie into the lab computer and trace the call? Can you tie into the lab computer and trace the call?
MasterCard key won't work. MasterCard key won't work.
I'll break it down. I'll break it down.
Computer and trace.
They're onto us.
see how much I can tune this up to. Wow, that delay on the SAS with the other split. That's a. What if I use the attack? Oh no, that's on the audio limiter on it. Let's put an individual delay on one of these. Let's try and reverse polarity. So I can try phase. It's a bit difficult to tell with something that's random musical frequency rather than use it's easy to use pink noise and then see if there's a difference that I will notice in the shift in the phase. But I noticed a slight difference by adding an extra time delay to this SAS back here. They're both on a time delay that's going equal to both sides at the same time. And I'll just dial it up a little high and then just apply maybe a little time delay on this side and see if I notice any change in the time arrivals or the way the effect is. It's almost better than using a Yamaha DSP 100. Let's put the width on this one again. A bit more elevation in the lines. Let's fade down the other surrounds. That side's I think I can hear a buzzing on the seat. Let's get this one behind me. So much feels on that. So I can feel that seat vibrating because it's so distant away. I'm debating whether I got one fitted on this seat and the middle seat, but I haven't got it connected yet. So that would have to be on an individual. So I need to connect. Not really, because it's just I can use the channel B's, channel B, which is channel 3 and 4. They're on channel B. 3 and 4 are on channel B. And all I have to do is just switch the setting over to, say, either channel A or channel C. For one in the middle there, and then one eventually. I'll just have to count where I've got all the bass, because I've lost count how many bass shakers. And get those not easily to connect those to the seat, because I'm going to have to clear all that clutter off the bloody seat. And I've got to take the bloody seat back off, otherwise I won't be able to get at the back of the seat easily to mount it. I'm thinking about the SAS and thinking, I could mount one directly underneath the seats. I used to, that's providing, of course, I can get the, because where the holes are drilled into the seat bucket, The bass shaker used to be on the outside of the seat, but now it's on the inside of the seat. So it's not upside down, it's upright. Fitting another one underneath, it would have to be positioned in where the screws don't get in the way with the other one, because it's just trying to think. If the screws were long enough, and I can mount the position of the other bass and then put the screw through and then put the nut, which would be very difficult, mind you, because it's got what do you call it, like a heat sink fins going around it, and I'd need to get a tool that can go in position there and hold that nut while I tighten it up, and then I can tighten the whole. Be interesting the way that works. How much rattle it produces on the seat, and then try to figure out how to minimize the rattling and buzzing on the seat. Or it's going to be there, and it's just when other sound frequencies are sounding, it might give a masking effect. But if it goes low frequency or down in a mix, and it's going to be noticeable. But yeah, it's always less is more sometimes, and just give it a little, less, so it doesn't rattle. So it's very difficult to try and not make the seat rattle and buzz. If there's a rattling, buzzing, or whatever on a soundtrack, then that's there for an effect purpose. But you don't really realistically want to make anything in the room start buzzing and rattling. You don't want a door, or anything on the door fitting starting to buzz, rattle. Because, you'd think, oh, is that a sound effect? And you turn around and you think, oh, no, it's not. It's a little bit too much. Yeah, that seat's rattling because there's other things on that seat that are probably not tightly secure. They're just sat on the seat and they're jittering. So if I put the other SAS on, I'm not going to notice it because I've got a bit more frequency this side, and I'll get a little frequency mask. It's occasionally the seat rattles or buzzes because it's on the plastic. What's it? Oh, well, feel that vibration there. Wow. It's quite satisfactory. Wouldn't mind it a little bit more, but somewhere on that seat it's gonna then start rattling and buzzing, resonating. Turn the other one on. Interesting effect. Turn the other JBLs on. I wonder what it sound like with the guy talking behind. Of course, visually, I'm going to know he's somewhere in the cliche of in the middle, behind the camera, or off screen sound, and it's down the middle. And where the sound is going to coming from on the SAS seats, where it should be in the middle seat, not this seat. I'd have to figure that out. Maybe I can still let the one play at the sound at the back, and then maybe use maybe a difference in the time delay. See if I can trick my ear into thinking, or no, trick my mind. Yeah, not trick your ears. You're tricking your mind. Don't get this effect anywhere else. Wow. And it's better than buying a, what do you call it? It's better than just putting another sub-bass speaker that's right behind the seat. Because even if that's close to these seats, yeah, it's going to rattle, it's going to buzz the seat, it's going to resonate some part of the seat. Other seats, no, it probably just pass through. If they're wooden frame, there'll be a little bit different structure. But if I put the bass shaker on as well, in the seat bucket, activate that. Yeah, it's cheaper than, and it's a bit more compact. I saw one guy, he puts, not a bad idea, but everyone sometimes do that. They just put sub-bass speakers behind the seat. But then you got back row seat, and then it's like, where the bloody hell do you put your feet? You got this box in the way, haven't you? And even though, I got to be careful when walking behind these seats, because it's very narrow. It's a bit like a cinema, like some, classic ones. Not like these new ones where you got a little extra leg room. Bloody hell. If you want leg room, go to bed and lay down. I think it's a bit similar. I kind of done it either similar to like what some of the other local cinemas maybe they're not around much now. But I do like that oscilloscope in this movie, yeah. It's a CRT. It's got to be it can't be LCD. They didn't have LCD oscilloscopes back then. Oh wow, this brainstorm rumbling effect here. Whoa, the psychotic episode. Whoa, that was, yeah. I've got to think more about that. Got to think more about that. something that's sat on that seat that's moving. And it's, there's little things that you can try. I can try. Put a little bit of cardboard or something, because the seat is plastic, and the way the bass shaker is attached is, it's pushing the plastic in a certain point, and so it's like fits something else in, and it probably smoothing out the resonant until it arrives on another frequency, and you get it again, and you got to trial and error to sort of minimize the resonating rattle. It'll sound good. It'll feel and sound good if sat in the other seat. Should be as equal maybe to this seat, almost, because of the way the bass shakers are attached to the seat, and they're playing full spectrum sound. Just got one DCX that's not turned on. That's for I can't remember what this one's for. I think it's connected. I think it is. It should be connected. If it isn't, I'll be pretty pissed off, because it's not easy to find the and I can't remember. But I'm not using it at the moment. Well, I like that time delay there. It's kind of giving it more of a kind of a whoom, 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 rather than it just going like that. And it kind of giving a whoom, 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 whoom. Bloody Coke! There's a lot of Coca-Cola in this movie. I don't know how many times I've seen Coca-Cola advertised. Could be connected to another. So I need have a bass, the daytoms or such. So connected. So okay. So I'll have one DCX to do 6 seats for the SAS, and another DCX to do. Oh yeah, I think that's it. I think that's for the bass shakers. The other DCX. That's it. The other DCX is for the bass shakers that are inside the seat bucket. That's it. Oh boy. There's anywhere up to about 156 speakers running in this THX cinema. 156 speakers. And you just think, all that just to watch a movie? It's the THX experiment. Just need the ones on the. Just need the one on the ones on the floor. And then when my feet are on the floor, my mind thinks psychoacoustically, that seems a bit realistic, because I'm feeling it in my feet, my legs, the seat. The only problem is when you get out of the seat, you're sat in the seat, and then you get out of it, you're decoupled from the seat. you hear some of it, airborne, and it's sort of like, some way it's not so different than waiting for a bus to pull up alongside you hear the sound of it, then you step, then you put one foot on top on the you know, when you go through the door, one foot on, and then the next. So the first one, you feel a bit of mechanical vibrating, and then your second foot, and then you're walking, you feel this very steady mechanical engine purring vibration, mechanical vibration. Then you take your seat, bus moves, pitching on the engine changes to a different lower, from a lower frequency to a different frequency, and then you get motion and all this, and then you start noticing all this rattling bass moving up and down around, not like this sort of bass, it's just moving all around individually. Just think I want to put some smaller bass cabs, or cab boxes along the side walls at a certain height. Maybe a few on the back. And then just sort of mess with the time delays and such, and get a kind of so it seems like so if there were, well, how many can I get? I can only get one here, one near the door, sort of. On the sidewall, I could put as many as 1, 2, 3, 4, but I gotta be sort of like realistic that, you know, put like one at a certain position, and because it's low frequency, it's going to spread out omnidirectionally. So yeah, maybe one here, and it's going to be a bit closer to me, and the other one's going to be a bit further away. But then that's how it is on the bus. If I'm sat one side on a bus, the rattling, though, it seems pretty close together, and like, it's moving, you know, and you know the dust might tilt this way a little bit on the road, and as it's going over the surface, the suspension gradually moving up and down. The wheel motion is creating another vibration effect. So there's a lot going on, and then the way the buses, you know, it rattles, but yeah, rattles in any of the interiors of the bus. You get this. So if I had a one there and one there, can, you know, put a different time delay. So try and give it a very low frequency omnidirectional stereo-like effect. You know, if I put individual time delay on certain speakers on the sidewall, just a few, it gives the illusion that the speakers are like playing like stereo, even with a mono signal going into it. Or if it is a mono signal, and then when you got stereo surrounds, you know, left, right, it comes together kind of in front of you, or sound, it's stereo, but if I put an individual delay on one of the, you know, it gives it an extra kind of stereophonic, I suppose. Whoa, I think that needs to go deep, because it's going into the universe. It's going into the universe, that. But, you know, it's going through space. It's probably, you don't feel anything. No, I don't know. I don't think you're not going to feel, I don't know about G-force, but seeing what I'm looking at is very big in the universe. It's a small part of Was it a nebula? Gaseous clouds, and at the speed the motion's going at, it's pretty fast. Because all that is absolutely vast. You know, if you're going at a certain speed, whatever that speed is, you know, it could be 40,000 miles an hour or so. It's going to, like Voyager, it's going to take years and years, but it's going at a, it looks like it's though it looks like it's going slow, it's going fast. Hmm. So just a bit of simple wood over a floor. Simple wood. Let me think about this. So I've been debating what to do a modification in the room and on a new add-on or such. I could just go with a very thin batten laid over the floor, and then just screw down MDF to that, and then put some carpet over it, and then fit some bass shakers on the top side. But whereabouts I fit them? Because that's a problem. That's a problem, because if I want to bring the vacuum cleaner in here, that's going to be awkward. The bass shakers are certain height, about that. So that's a few inches. So even if I add some wood, that's going to be just a little higher than the bass shakers, just so it gives a little clearance. But that's another problem. The bass shaker, the way it's got to be designed, I've got to have a wooden frame or such, so that it's screwed. 4 screws, undo them, and then I can pull out with the bass shaker. If the bass shaker were to get damaged, but it shouldn't if it's done right. It shouldn't get broken, and just put so many. But It means the floor's going to be a certain, and where the racks are located, I ain't going to be able to pull those racks out. So, otherwise, I wanted this to go up to the door entrance. So when opening the door and then stepping into the room, you feel vibration, you feel the sound system, you feel the soundtrack, but to what degree? Because to what degree to feel the soundtrack? So if I had a single bass shaker near the door, that's going to radiate through the wood, the framing, but it's going to be a mono signal. So if I had two bass shakers, so they're getting signal from where? And when you're sat away from it in the seat, you sit in the seat, you're away from it. So yes, it's a lot of figuring out to do it cheap. Without to do it cheap, get the feel, but do it cheap. Well, that's rumbling. So yeah, if I were to rather than I can also switch off the Wasset, switch over to the experimental, and I think I'll try that maybe sometime in the next week. Attach a bass shaker to the ceiling. Got to get it fitted really secure. So have to make sure it fitted very securely. See if it creates a little vibration that I notice in the room. Though the ceiling and the VR, it's connected to the walls, but it's not like it's not likely it's going to travel through the walls and create and then come down to the floor. not enough. There wouldn't be enough energy for that to happen. And even if there is, I don't know what it's going to do to the ceiling. But it'd be interesting to try to see what it does. And even if something's fitted to the ceiling, it could, if it, so many of them fitted, and then it creates and it's sound set, it's at full range. I could fit a daytime exciter within this seat. Within probably two of them, or maybe three. Because when you're going to move side to side, your ear's going to notice this kind of combing effect. So I'm not sure if I could fit behind. Depends if there's any actual space there, and then I can fit in some, so you get a uniform sound, and then do all the seats. So also provide a little bit of vibration of its own, full range spectrum. And adjust the level. So might as well just get kind of thought about it. Get some vibrating dildos and just see how they work and modify it, because they buzz. There is one thing I noticed that I checked out years ago. My dad had this. It's a thing that you stand on it. Helps the muscles in your legs or such. So if you have, it puts a certain frequency. I think they use a similar thing on astronauts when they return to Earth. They give them a specific. There's a thing where they sit in a seat and it creates a vibration. So it kind of massages the legs. So, but it's a heck of a vibration, mind you. Ooh. If that were modified for a bass shaker, oh my goodness, that will that will rattle us. That will rattle like nobody's business. It'd be like a bass shaker on steroids. But it's pretty large. It's pretty largish, and so it's figuring out how to fit it and how to get audio signal to work for it, because it's got it's a similar principle. And all I have to do is say, maybe ask a manufacturer and such, and they'll think, oh no, but they'll think, oh great, at least they're getting a little bit more. Otherwise, it only generates a specific vibration frequency. You want it to do, a little bit more. Actually, you can use bass shakers or such as a similar vibration thing. If there were so many of them attached, so they're giving energy and such. But I think this thing is working on some sort of mini, maybe like a hydraulic or some form or another. Look at all those blimmin' tape reel-to-reels they got in this movie. Blimey. Whoa, the psychotic episode thing. Whoa. Yeah, thing is, when you're sat in a seat on a bus, sometimes you might lean against the side of the wall of the bus near the window. So you're going to feel vibration on your arm or whatever, or when you move your hand around and put your hand on the window, you feel vibration and such. And so that's another part of an illusion that's got to be fitted in the room. So, but it's not really practical to put something over this side and have this equipment vibrating, resonating. So, put your hands on different sides of the seat, or maybe down the side. I did have something down the side of this seat one time. I had another, Dayton Exciter No, it was a Dayton, or what was it called? A little mini puck bass shaker. They say it is, but you could probably play it at full range and it will, it'll sound. It's just fitted differently. The way it's just different fitting design compared to the Exciter. But yeah, it's just, there's little insides areas on the seat that I could fit a little miniature speaker. Yeah, give an additional. So even though I'm getting a sound on the back of the seat, I could get some other sound that's coming. So maybe, I don't know, it's going to go upward. It'll radiate. Even though it's going to go that way, it will still. It's concealing it, so it's not noticeable. It's not easy to fit one on this side. That'd be too noticeable. Can't even fit them underneath these arm thing here. I can't fit something underneath that. But if I got a drink there, that's going to spill. It's going to go onto the electronics of the. I'll see. I'll play it by ear. See if I can get a bit more modification on the SAS. Surround around seating. Or sound about the seat. I think surround around seating sounds better. Ooh, that's it. Maybe a little bit more of these, so I get. Because I have sort of been thinking, put two of these bass shakers on the back of the seat, and then have it stereo, and then do the same for the middle, and then the other seat. Of course, the ear is still going to pick up crosstalk and such, but it could be manipulated and such, adjusted. Yeah, so you get, rather than a single solo signal on the seat, get two signals. But how well they're going to propagate or work with being on the back of the seat, because these seats were never really designed to have bass shakers mounted on the seats playing full spectrum sound. Wow, that sounds neat. So I could turn those back. I could mute those bass shakers now, and the sound field's going to go from like this, and then it's just going to go out to the side speakers on the wall, and then put it like just a little bit more tinkering. Because the sound field you usually get coming from the front speakers is going to be uniform. What I noticed in the surround field is there's something missing. It's like you ask someone and say, "Hey, did you put that herbal spice in the? Because what the bloody hell you've done to this dish? You absolute. Oh no! Let's go to the kitchen. Where, oh yeah, you forgot to put this in. All right, sprinkle. Yeah, stir it. Yeah, that's better." I'm not going to try and compare sound with bloody food like that bloody guy. What's his name? With the long hair. Suddenly he starts talking about bloody luxury blood. Yeah, the moment someone starts talking mentioning home theatre is luxury, I'll switch channel and go over to somewhere else. I'm not listening to this nonsense. Home theatre at the end of the day is not luxury. Get it through your heads, everybody. It ain't luxury. Because I see a lot of luxury, like home theatres, but they haven't got a set up like this. It's just like the norm of every other home theatre. It's like, is there anything a little bit different? You know, so what? You've got sub bass, but when you get sub bass, that you're going to smear all the other channels. It's just going to overlap everything, and it's like, you know, you want individual bass to come from the screen channels, directional, stereo, if you want to call it. Wow. Turn those off. Turn them back on. Turn the side ones off and turn those down, because that decoder C, decoder for the surround, which is on the middles, and then it also gives me a below surround, which, how many home theatres on the planet can do below surround? I can't think of one. I only know one person that's got a setup that's similar, because he's more intrigued with getting other interventions put together and to sort of like get a little bit more out of this, you know, because there's something, you know, like I say, there's something missing, you know. And, yeah, so that movie Unbroken, where the airplane's coming towards the other airplane and it goes underneath, and then you hear it go underneath. Not that you would in reality, because the bloody noise in the fuselage on that airplane, you wouldn't even hear it. You see it, but you wouldn't hear it. In a movie mix, oh yeah, they give it a little bullshit. And yeah, everybody believes it. But in reality, you wouldn't. You get a masking effect. But yeah, it goes right underneath the seat. And it's a simple phantom signal, because the airplane, when it's coming, it's phantom monoed. You still get stereo effects going on the individual surrounds, because it's Dolby Atmos. And you get pan throughs and such, and you get this overheads, and like, you know, they're not perfect, but yeah. But yeah, I can make sound go like there, down there, and underneath. Every other home theatre on the planet, it's there, up there, up there, and that's all their home theatres. That's all your home theatres can do. You can't do anything different, nothing original. I've been thinking about the idea as far back as 1998, so a little bit ahead of my time. If there was a true discrete below surround, it would work very well. But it's got to be multiple speakers. If everyone's putting multiple bloody subs that are just playing the same bloody signal all the time, rather than doing something different with it to get this kind of effect, rather than this, you want it to do this. You got to think our soundtrack mix is done, and then listen, and then try and work out what crossovers you're going to use. And I don't mean crossovers like built into processors. I mean outboard crossovers, and then putting it through maybe additional processor matrix or such, and then through crossovers to get it to do something that's, you know, only unique to just one home theatre. Anybody can. My system, if I wanted to, can easily get up to probably maybe 150, like that guy in Chicago. Those screen speakers, if all 5 of them were running, will be just under 140. I think it's about 147 dB. No fucking way would I be playing it. No way. I'd be putting my fingers in my ears. It would damage my hearing. It's unrealistic. You go on a bus, you feel a freaking lot of live vibration, but on an SPL meter, it doesn't register 150 bloody dB. If it did, everyone would be jumping off the fucking bus waiting for the next one to come along, thinking that bus is so fucked up. It's with its engine. It's producing so much fucking noise, everyone would get off of the bus. You play a sine wave of just 25 hertz, 35, which is 25 is roughly sometimes the the frequency on the bus engine. But it's oscillating, it's going, between other frequencies, it's moving. Boom, 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 boom. But I monitor the peak frequency, so my microphones can pick that. I've got the window open, they can pick the bloody thing up from across the road, and I can see it on the Spectrum Lab. Whoa, there's that frequency. On the outside, it doesn't bother you. When you get on the inside, it's like being in a room, turning on a sine wave with frequencies, with several frequencies oscillating, even at 70 or 80 dB. Fucking hell, you can only take about a short few moments of that. Then you want to turn it down. It's too much. You do low frequencies in another way, and it's like, yeah, I can freaking feel it, but it's not busting my eardrum in. You think about getting a bucket of water, filling it up and putting it on your head. Oh, bloody hell. You think, fucking hell, take that away. You can't get sub bass to do that. It's not going to press down on your head and like bloody water pressure going deep underwater, and then all that tonnage of water, like, fuck it, I want to go back up the surface. But oh yeah, I've got to give myself so many hours of decompression. Otherwise you'll go crackers. You'll go crackers. Yeah, you've got to give your ears a little bit of a break afterwards. You've got to like decompress, because the pressure of pushing on your eardrums, that's uncomfortable. Less is more. Less is more. I feel sub bass when I stand up. I feel the pressure on my legs. So that's like a sub bass. Only it's 1-to-1. No one else can feel it. Feelings. Feelings. Da, 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 feelings. Damn, look at that soldering station these guys have got. Bloody hell. Look at these shifty bloody government people. God, you can't trust the government these days. These guys are bloody sinister. You know, they sold themselves to the devil. they're doing some really shady, salty shit. They are. And I wouldn't be surprised, you know, like they say, science fiction sometimes becomes reality. Only it takes, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they got something like that today. Or if they're still trying to work and make it work. You know, the only ones who are going to have it are going to be the government. Unless someone's doing it in their own backyard, in their shed, in their garage. You know, so they can, it's dodgy. But it's a good film. It's a good film. I think it's a little bit low on the IMDb rating. You got to be kidding me. It should be at least a high 8 score. I think it's better than The Matrix, or better than Johnny Demonic, or Strange Days, because they're the same, you know, but this one's got a different story and such. It's probably a little spiritual toward the end, and if you understand it, then you get emotional. And I like the widescreen, and then go into brainstorm effect, and then back to what. Yeah, I like that. It's cool. Don't usually put it on the projector, but yeah, needs to be like a fairly curved, not too deep, curved screen. And then you can then only, in most homes, you can only have a couple of seats that are going to be, you know, so you get a bit more of, call it immersion if you want to. You know, you still got to look at what our peripheral vision can see, you know. So I could go to a fucking IMAX auditorium, sat in the bloody front row. My peripheral vision can still see the side walls. So I'm not really that close enough to the screen now, am I? And the further you sit back, what's the bloody point? I thought people go there for immersion. And your vision's still seeing, I can still see just a slight bit of the ceiling, the audience in front of me, and the side walls. You step out into the real world and you see it as it is presented. Or, you know, you're only looking at an image that's projected front and forward. I think that maybe the Omnimax theatres might be a little bit better, but yeah, there's only a limit to how far that screen goes around. And they're far better than the Las Vegas. I've ranted about that before, because that Las Vegas is like a bloody echo chamber. You can hear it in all the bloody videos that everybody does. You can hear that echo in there. Oh, terrible. You got musicians singing. I can't understand a fucking word they're saying. Go into an Omnimax, it's acoustically treated. All above that bloody fabric screen. There's shitloads of rock wool. There's a good video called on the was it the Papa Power, the French guy at La Gorge in France. It's like a dome. Yeah, a spear. Yeah. Yeah. And it's sort of like a spear. It's all shiny and reflective on the outside. Yeah, I think the Las Vegas thing, it's a copycat. It's a video screen wall, but it's got terrible echo. They might have an advanced system or what, but it's still got a bloody echo. All that billions, and they got an echo. Oh dear. Damn. But when you see an image all like that, it's going to be distorted. It's maybe a gimmick. It's a bit of a maybe also gimmick, but it's going to look distorted. When you look at when it's all turned off, I suppose, and then you're looking, we don't see it like bending and stretching, unless you've got not unless you're wearing something on your glasses that's bending and stretching and distorting the image, and then you think, fucking hell. And you start walking and you think, oh, bloody hell, I've got to take these fucking things off because I'm going to fall over. I feel like I'm going to trip over. I think that's just how it's going to be still, a front and focal image that's clear, it's not distorted. It's like that guy in Las Vegas, what's it, Chicago. He's got a big ass bloody, okay. Maybe if you put an extra seat, that's maybe, or 2 extra seats that are a little bit closer, but then, oh dear, everyone's at the back and they can't see now because you've got to raise those seats up. Just, but when you go a little bit clearer, the stereo spread goes, the illusion appears to go a little wider. There's a what's it device? I've got this Behringer DEQ. Got 2 more of these. This one's not connected. It's powered up, but it's not connected. What could I use it for? I don't know. I think it can accept a digital signal, PCM, on the input and then on the output. So if I had it's tricky to think. Not sure if it will work. In principle, I think it would. I don't have to use the digital. I don't have to use the digital input. I could if I want to, but just use the RC. They use the XLR inputs and XLR in and output. Take the signal from a Dolby Stereo left total, right total, because it's got a little what's it on here, and I think I've not tried it to see if it will work. Where is it? It's got a width thing, so I can change the stereo width or the asymmetry. I can change the asymmetry or the rotation. I can do it in large degrees, or I press the button again and I do it in tiny degree intervals. I was thinking of maybe, to correct, say, if possible, where some signals on the left toe or right toe are kind of leaking. Yeah, but it's tricky. I've got to figure, look at the network on the schematic of, because it's like sometimes the signal might be like this or like that. It doesn't really matter on the encode. And then, say, the positive center signal, which should be anchored up there, along with, if you get dialogue pan, go over there or over there, or what. It should have minimal crosstalk going into the monomatrix surround, but sometimes it's like it's misaligned, and you just get this leakage out in the monomatrix surround, which sounds a little distracting. It's got to be aligned correctly aligned. Bloody hell, Coca-Cola again. Flipping it. I've got a Coke in the fridge, but I'm not really interested in drinking. I don't like Coca-Cola particularly. Bloody hell, Coca-Cola and bloody hell. MGM. Did they have a deal with Coca-Cola when they did this movie? Were they partners or something? Because you see it advertised a lot. I thought the Columbia Pictures owned a Coca-Cola company. Or was it the other way round? Was it Coca-Cola owned the color? I can't remember which. Look at all the junk food. You actually drink this? Yeah. I think I should get some of that shit in my home. Along with the smoke machine. I'll get some activated foam. No, I don't think so. I don't think that there's not going to be any activated foam in this room. It's too much bloody electronics. That shit, is watery, and then when it gets onto, oh no, that's not good. Mind you, it does look like a load of fun. Damn! Look how much of it is like. Yeah. It looks like the Marshmallow Man. That guy, he's covered in it. Yeah, I get satisfactory sub bass from the from the it's enough to pressurize, at least in the unnatural way, like. But it's a movie. It's fantasy. Some people, I think they might just get a little bit carried away, and they're just using those subs. Just I use a little different time delay or fade or whatever on those two ones at the sub, so they give this what I call a crazy bass sound, a crazy bass sound. Something that I noticed at a cinema decades ago. No, it doesn't exist anymore. The cinema is still there, but it's not as it had this bass sound, certain frequency, and I could feel it in the auditorium where I'm sat front. Probably not in the front row, but on the second row, because the second row on the back, which is at the front, was on a wooden floor. When you go to the very front row, your feet are on a concrete floor. So it had there was a little better feel, and bloody hell, you're only talking about that much distance between the other seat. You're only going to be like it's only a tiny dB or so that you're not going to notice. But there was this, I was getting this crazy bass. I call it crazy bass, and it was like something tapping on my eardrum. It was neat, pretty neat. Nice stereo, spread. I think it was coming off on one of the. I know it's hard to say, but it's easy to probably pinpoint. I think it could have been the It could have been for the single sub JBL they had behind the screen, and maybe it's. Don't think it would have been on a time delay or anything, or it's just where its position was. And if you mess with polarity, you can, you get this like, oh yeah, that's an interesting effect. Otherwise, you put it the other way and it's just booming. Just give it a little, and then you get this like, oh, interesting effect. You got to have a laser disc. You got to be able to repeat it really quick, and test. Otherwise, it's a little bit slow with these DVD blue rubbish UHD things. It's a little bit slowish. I need to be a little bit quicker. And once I've got it set, and then I could put in one of those DVD or whatever. It should do the same effect still. Still keep looking at that bloody. It looks like a bloody LCD, but it's 100% CRT. This little oscilloscope. It does look. I don't know. It does look like LCD, but I'd have to Google. I'd have to Google to see were there any LCD oscilloscopes around during the early 1980s. I mean, LCD existed, LED, you had those little watches, calculators, liquid crystal display, during the years later, you get all the touchscreen stuff. And where was that probably used first? I don't know. Could have been used in the military or the governments or whatever, and then the pattern runs out or what, and then everybody gets hold of it and then using it. Now today it's everywhere. It's pretty common. It's on phones, laptops. Laptops are pretty quick. And Trinov, they need to make an update. If they have their new software, I should be able to put my finger on the and move around and navigate. I can do that on the Storm Audio, and it's quick to navigate, rather than using the bloody 2 fingers on the bloody mouse pad thing on the flipping it. It's like slow motion. Yeah, and was it yesterday? No, day before. The Trinov, the fuse, when I powered it, probably when I turned all the power, because when I turn everything off, switch all the mains off, everything. Just in case I sleep through a thunderstorm. Must have been when I powered it up. And the voltage went straight through, and then shorted the slow blow delay fuse, TA1. TA1 times 5, 20 millimeter slow blow delay fuse. And I had to order some. They arrived same day. So, yeah, it's the first time the fuse popped. Probably a little spike when turning it on, and there might have been an extra voltage spike, and it just went straight through and does what it's supposed to. I thought the power supply was fucked because that was the last fault thing. If the fuses don't work, the power supply, and I think, oh, for fuck's sake, I've got to order a power supply through Trinov. I'm thinking, I've got to take that fucking thing out of the rack, and it's that pig's ear, all the cabling, and oh, fucking hell, try and put all that back together again. But yeah, there is the Comus, what do you call it? The battery. See, it's not a brilliant design, the Trinov. It's not like, say, a CP500. It's got a Comus or a battery inside. What I pressed there? Oh, it's right. I'll press something on the side of the computer. Oh, there we go. It's got a front panel. It opens up, and you've got all the cards there. You can pull the main motherboard out, and all that. So it's a lot heck of easy. But with a Trinov, oh my goodness, they could have made this like a front panel, so you press the side, and then it opens up, and then the boards arranged differently, so you can pull them out, plug them in, but you still got to get to the back of the bloody whole thing and take the whole bloody thing out if you had to change the HDMI. Unless they thought a way or design it differently so that you can change the HDMI so the screws are on the inside rather than on the outside where you got to undo the screws. Yeah. So, but hey, you still got to get back there and undo all the bloody HDMI leads, so you don't win. You got to get it back, undo the. But it would save pulling the whole bloody thing out the bloody rack, because that thing is heavy. It's like a regular AV receiver, and I think, why is it so damn heavy? I thought it's just a processor. Even the Storm processor, what the bloody hell? Yeah. Yeah, it would have been better if they designed it that way, so you can just, you can upgrade within just a few minutes, or well, depending on how long you got to take all the other boards out of the way. Just so you can undo the screws and then or such. So the HDMI, once you undo the leads, and then that comes out, and then you can put another one in, do it all up, plug it all back up, plug all the cards back in, start it up, let it do its thing, and you've got a new HDMI board. Just like the Sony. Open the panel, and there's all the boards. That's professional. But the Trinov and the Storm are not professional. Not professional. Yeah. Though I don't know about one of the Dolby things there. This one down here doesn't have the thread, the screw thing on the front. All the other ones do. So all I do is undo those. Front panel comes off, and then I can take the boards out. Yeah, certain ways to design something. So you can, yeah. I think the same goes with AV receivers. AV receivers, oh, they're a load of rubbish. They don't have any LED meters on it. You don't know if that amplifier is so close to clipping, and then it's going to start distorting the sound. There's a lot. Not even some processors have got meters on them, so you don't know how close it is to clipping. Theoretically, you should be getting the signal at a certain sine wave tone on the processor, and then you should get the same similar on the amplifiers. But not all my amplifiers have got reliable LEDs. Very simple, basic ones, and the other Behringers, they got a fairly kind of reliable, So it's setting up and testing and making sure that the pink noise signal is not too near, because the soundtrack is going to have fake dynamic range, and it's going to do this, whatever, and try and do some psychoacoustic, and it shouldn't. You should always have a relatively safe headroom for when things and shit blow up on the Enterprise, and there should be some headroom there. Don't forget the amplifier's got power on it, which is dynamic range. But you want a clean signal going into it, or a signal that's not going to clip. Mm. It's like video images. They're clipping. Like when they got certain scenery background, and you see one transfer that looks absolutely ghastly, and it's like they're clipping the white level so much, it's just so over the top. It's filtering out over everything else, and you can't see all the rest of the detail. So it's like clipping and it's like you can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it. You got a lousy transfer. Yeah, and everyone's going on about having your TV calibrated. What a load of bullshit that is. It's a scam. What I'm referring to is Willow. There's several transfers on like Laserdisc, DVD or Blu-ray, and you got that mountains in the background where you got the Willow title that comes up on the start of the movie, and you got all the mountains with all the snow on it, and you should be able to see all the rock details where some snow is not settled on the rock, and you should be able to see it. And one transfer is just so terrible, it washes out the darker areas of the rocks, and it's like, crikey. What's the fucking point of the THX program? To fucking smear it? Huh? I think those transfers were probably done somewhere else. It gets sent over, and they look at it and think, oh yeah, wow, that's great, but they're not probably watching. If it, you know, and then you get people then noticing it, complaining that this whole thing was done on purpose. It wasn't done accidental. It was done on purpose, just so they can milk it over and over. Shame. So we got filters in our eyes where we look at natural light. You know, if you had a light bulb and it's got filaments with a coil, and if you squint your eyes, you can see a little bit more detail, because it's just the same way as you get a DSLR camera. You turn the ISO level down, and then you see a bit more detail, and you take a picture. But we got, you know, I look at the light up there. Yeah, if I squint, it's less bright, but I can't see anything behind it because it's got a plastic thing in the way. But if it was a light bulb with filament, yeah, I'll be able to see the detail. Sometimes you see that in movies because they have adjusted the, you know, so you see the detail. But it's balancing everything else, you know. Yeah, it's tricky. See, if I squint, everything else goes a little bit dimmer. Do this, create a pressure on your ears. You can feel it on your ears, like a muscle sort of, you know. You feel this kind of effect. Oh, I had enough soda. You know, it's getting near to my medication. That's my day. I'm 6 hours coming up onto this. Bloody hell. I got a bad habit of doing long videos. Bad habit. How? I need to get some water. You see, you got this guy that says, you know, he's doing this, doing that. You know, I don't think he could do long hour videos and, you know, while he's doing it. You know, let's see live video while you're doing it. Oh yeah, by the way, his back surround speakers, even though they're so damn close, and only, like I say, only a few people are going to be able to hear that in stereo. If you're over that side, you're not going to hear those speakers in stereo. You hear the other speakers in the room, but, you know, seeing how the room is, it looks like I've been in a cinema way back in the past that was so bloody awkward. It was just like, fucking hell, where do I sit in this auditorium to get a decent a mono matrix surround and hear a decent LCR screen channel? Oh, it was a dreadful auditorium. It's got a wall that's straight on one side, and on the other side it's kind of bent like that. It was, and then it goes back, and then, oh no, it was just like, I couldn't imagine watching it, listening to it right at the back of the auditorium. Although I have sat right at the back. That was years ago. That was the Towering Inferno. I'm not sure if that was in stereo or if they had it in mono, but just very, very awkward, because all this sort of thing at the end of the day is artificial. It's not like real life sound. Real life sound will probably sound better in a room than artificial sound, but then it's got to think, well, how do I make the artificial sound like, It's a lot of tinkering and adjusting, balancing. Oh yeah, and this guy's got his back surround speakers. One is slightly higher or one is lower than the other. So they're like that, because when he pans the camera around and I look at the video projector and I can see how straight that is, then I can see the speakers. One's slightly lower than the other. Oh no. Oh dear. At least I measured a few times when I had to hook these bloody things up on the wall. Mind you, the guy probably does have a health issue, a bit like me. So yeah. But you measure, it's like how you fit them on the wall. I don't know what his walls are made of. Plasterboard, maybe. You've got to use special wall plugs that go in there, so it, you line everything up, measure it from the top, and then measure it down. And if you're not too sure, use a laser leveler or a chalk line. So you put a chalk line, get someone to hold there, stretch out, and then pull it back, let it go, and it puts a line right across the wall, so yeah. And you measure, from the top, and it's in the same position. That everything's equal. It's not going that way or this way. It's level. And then you plot how you're going to mount those speakers. I think he's got them mounted flat, so it's probably got some drilled in the took the bass driver out or something, and then drilled some holes in. You only need a few, because as long as you've got some steady bloody wall plugs and they hold and they're not going to fall off the bloody wall and hit you on the head. And you just anchor them up against because speakers, when they're mounted good flat against the wall, they'll give a slightly better bass response. Even more better if they were flush. You don't know what's behind that wall. You don't know how deep, how wide, whatever. You have got no idea. And the bass frequency in a regular speaker is going to be A-OK. But when you put in wall, it's like, are you going to get equal bass? You got to measure those speakers before you put them in, just to make sure there are no issues with the speaker. And then it's like, do you want to go that route? If I wanted to put something around these speakers or in between, like there's a void. So the speaker's stuck out in front, and then there's a void. Just like every other typical cinema, auditorium, or dub stage. Some have the speakers flush in the wall because they're going to perform a few dB better. I could put something there, but and then have it come down on the sidewall, but then it's going to make this room look a little claustrophobic. It already looks claustrophobic with the acoustical treatment on the wall, and it's only 1 inch, and yeah, it makes the room 1 inch a little bit smaller. Yeah, bit of a gamble with in-wall speakers. Usually, I think they're a load of rubbish. Especially for the screen speakers. And then you get people putting in gigantic bloody subwoofers, and everything. I think, when was the last time they went to a cinema, or even looked online at Google images of cinemas and how it's done? And all you got to do is do something like that, but in a small scale. Yeah, get big speakers, cinema ones, put them in a room, providing they are the right size and they fit and they correctly positioned behind the screen, and that the HF horns you can toe them and then angle them, so you beam the directional sound down into the seating area. Psychoacoustics, so you get and the bass coming out from the bass cab is omnidirectional. I know sound is hitting the walls and bouncing. Well, not really. Depends on what frequency. Low frequencies, doesn't really matter if I move that speaker that way or this way a little bit. You're not going to notice it too much until you get up to a certain frequency, when you think, oh yeah, I can tell the difference there now. As long as I listen for movies that I'm totally familiar, that I heard 30 years ago, maybe 40 years. And I know where a certain sound effect should be how positioned, or dialogue pannings, half center signals. I think this movie will look. I don't play the Blu-ray much of this. I don't play the Blu-ray much. Yeah, because the Blu-ray and the this Laserdisc version are going to be identical, except for the AC-free Laserdisc, where widescreen images going this way, and then brainstorm imaging, and that goes this way. Gosh, what a mess. And how much detail of the mix do you know that? I mean, okay, AC3 is going to be discrete, so you're not going to get in the way too much crosstalk, such like you would get with regular Dolby Stereo. You get a little crosstalk, depending on how far they pan it. If it's really hard pan, and it doesn't pretty much filter in the center, that's because it's hard pan. If it's panned only halfway, then you're going to get a sound here and sound in the center, and center in, or over on the left, depending on the panning, how far. And a little bit more than that, how much crosstalk of high frequency is filtering over here or over there. When you got certain sound of high frequency in the center, sometimes you get a kind of splatter sound. You want to minimize, so otherwise, if you're sat in a different position somewhere in the auditorium or home, you're going to be getting something like, yeah, you want to keep it so, like, yeah. Yeah, I order sparkly water and they sent the wrong one out. That's okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind this one. This video is sponsored by Captain Kirk Land and his enterprise of water. Yeah, it's nice and chilled when it's in the fridge. Oh. Someone did a, what do you call it, water test on a video. Found it interesting. I think he was being very honest and not just being a bullshitter or a typical YouTuber shill. Because yes, some waters do have a sort of like, I don't know, a bitter or a aftertaste or such. This one just tastes pure, like, like it's got no aftertaste. I haven't tested it on my TDS reader. I think it's okay. But yeah, that's the same one. Yeah, just a second. Well, I'll just wait till I finish these almost, and I'll order again sparkly. Maybe they were low on the stock and that they just sent this one out as a substitute. But at the end of the day, as long as you stay hydro. So I've been drinking too much of that fizzy shit, and I've got to filter it and stabilize it with water. Otherwise, it's very easy to pour a little bit of sugar in this and then shake it up. But you got to put so much in there, and then shake it and then taste it. And you think, yeah, it's got a sweeter taste now. Or maybe get lemon peel and lime, cut them up into small pieces and pop them in. Leave them in the fridge 24 hour. It'll have a lemon and lime flavor. Maybe get some cucumber. I think getting cucumber and slice and putting cucumber in. It's natural. No added artifacts. No added artifacts. Added artifacts. See, my SPL meter is bobbing around. The wind coming from the air conditioner, it's making it jitter. See it jittering. I like this gooseneck thing. This gooseneck, so I could put the meter in a position where I can see it easily. I still want to set up. I always keep saying it, but I never get round to it. Set up a microphone array so it's going right from the right up over here, and then just going right across, and then just spread the microphones apart by so many inches. So I'll work out how many microphones got 17, I think, and then work out how many spacing apart. Put a pink noise signal out from the center, see what the frequency response looks like, see what I need to maybe adjust or leave it alone. But it will have to be a little adjusted. But probably give a better frequency response rather than just having a single microphone in one position. But even still, if any one of those multiple microphones would just move just a little bit, just like that, I would see the response on the RTA kind of on the frequency response moving like that. We hear the same thing in reality. We hear the same thing. If I have to repeat myself again, that's okay. Lightning never often strikes in the same place twice, but if we listen to rain when it's pouring, and even if you're standing still, you hear it, and then you start doing this. The sound of the rain, though it's going, and you do that, it's going to go, it's going to do that because you're shifting your position. There was all little tiny raindrops coming down, landing on the ground and on the roofs, on the trees. It sounds like it's up there, but it's not. Even though it is, but when it free falls in thin air, it's silent until it lands. Just like when clapping your hand. I'll take my other hand away. No clapping sound. Yeah, the rain's coming down. Pitter patter, pitter patter, pitter patter. And there are lots of raindrops, mind you. Oh, a lot. And you think, it's like, I don't know, probably Carl Sagan saying, getting some sand on the beach. You can't throw it up or something, or you just look at it or what such, and it's just like all those individual. It's like little. There's more in the universe than that handful of sand. Gosh. It's like this planet. It's just a tiny little grain compared to the rest of what surrounds this planet, this solar system, this galaxy. I can't get my head around that. Never will. No point. There's no point in me trying to get my head around it. Yes. I'll probably get an interesting result if I put microphones inside the JBL surround speakers. Why are they surround speakers? No, they're just a speaker, for crying out. just say that's, oh, it's a surround speaker. It's just like they say, oh, look at those Dolby Atmos speakers on the ceiling. They're not Atmos speakers, they're just a speaker. But I was thinking, what result would I be looking at on the RTA if I put a microphone inside the so I'd have to take the bass driver out and then put the microphone inside, put the cable through the port and then connect it, put the bass driver back in. Oh gosh, that's going to take a few hours to do. Is there any other way I can cut corners? Not really. But it'd be interesting because what I'll be looking at is putting sine wave tone, low frequency ones and any other or such, until eventually but low frequency ones mostly. And looking at the art, so if I have this speaker over here, can't see it, I'm just pointing, right? I have the microphone listening inside the speaker. I generate a sine wave tone on the opposite side and then look at the RTA to see what I'm looking at, if that makes any sense. And then vice versa. Generate sound that way over that side and then monitor it on that speaker over there to see, because the sound of the sine wave or certain low frequencies will pass into the speaker. Then I can look at, say, maybe I can do some extra specific tweaking. But mind you, it is monitoring it at very close proximity inside an enclosure. And of course, I could have a few additional microphones on the outside in the room. Outside, well, it still is in the room, but on the outside of the speaker. So I can look at these result. That'd be interesting. Oh yeah, might be something there. I don't think that's been tested in a home before. Oh yeah, even the elite so-called luxury home theaters. I don't think they've gone as far as that. I've been thinking about doing that for a few years actually. Just haven't got around to it. So I know it will take me hours to do it. And I have to also be prepared for a disappointment. That's the speakers just go around. So that's 8, 9. I don't know if I want to count the other ones. 9, 10, 11. And then once I've done that, and then repeat it, do it for the overhead surrounds. That's 9 speakers. And see what results I'm looking at. There might be something there that might have eluded me. I don't think it's like, so I'm going to pick up high frequency because the microphone's on the inside, the tweeter is on the outside and going in the opposite direction. It's not going to pick up of the mid-range driver because even though that's partly enclosed on the inside of the speaker, inside a little chamber, a little kind of extra enclosure, there might be a little bit of the sound that might get picked up. And it's very tricky because you've got to disconnect the bass driver and then generate pink noise or sine wave tone. So only the microphone will register what it can register. And then, of course, the microphone on the outside as well, seeing. So you can look at the result on the inside, but mostly the bass, mostly the bass frequency. So it's adjusting the gain level as well on the microphone. So that's got to be adjusted so it doesn't clip the audio mixer. The signal doesn't clip. Hmm. Yeah. And then do frequencies, also do frequency sweeps. And then looking at the overlays to see if everything's lining up. You know, speakers are going to be distant. They're going to be up that way. Some nearer, closer, right directly overhead, and some others that are a little bit distant behind me, behind, and then another one a bit more distant back. Yeah, there might be something there. Might be some, something that's, And also microphones in the front speaker, in the, all that. Oh gosh, just for a movie. Oh my god, or music. Oh dear. That might get interesting results because sound does pass into other speakers when you're playing it. It's cross talking over to one side of the room and it's going in, passing through the paper cone or whatever that cone driver or whatever is made of. That is passing through that material. It's not like it's solid lead or something, or make it, so make it a little bit awkward. Now, you can't have a speaker with a lead. Fucking hell, it'd be too heavy. Would it work? So you make a cone so that it gets less sound crosstalk that's passing through into the enclosure, but some enclosures might be ported, some might be sealed. Headphones, we wear headphones. We don't hear crosstalk unless, of course, there's something dodgy going on with the audio signal going to those headphones, and there's something like, I shouldn't be hearing this channel here going over here. There's something going on. I need to check it out. Otherwise, you get half pan sounds or so to speak. But if there was something that you generate sine wave tone this side, it should stay this side. You wouldn't hear it this side. I don't know why people go to such, extreme monoblock amplifiers. Like they're trying to keep the signals separate. I mean, you got to come across a really faulty amplifier where it's cross-talking. But yeah, speakers, they're cross-talking everywhere around the room. There might be something extra. There might be something else there. Different cone material. it's got to be a certain thickness. But that's going to put a little weight on that moving coil. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like say, looking at the signals and seeing if there's any weird phase or you'd definitely be able to say like polarity check because but still with standing wave issues that go on within a room, there might be, but yeah, I'll probably set something like that up. I just got to think what day I feel like setting up the main motherboard mixing console, and then maybe I could perfect the sound on the surrounds, the sound for the surrounds, just a little bit. Little bit better. That would exhaust me. I would be absolutely exhausted. How long would it take to undo? I've got to undo the grill, undo this bass driver, get mixing console. Mixing console wouldn't have no need to set the mixing console up until I've got everything all done up, and then set the mixing console up, and then connect all the cable XLRs to the mixing console, and then start going through the new, I wouldn't say it's new, I think someone or somewhere this has been done before, but I don't know what the technique or the name is called. It's just a microphone inside the speaker box. I'll have plenty of microphones for the exterior. So I'll have ones on the interior of the enclosure and ones on the exterior. So what did I say? Got 17 microphones. So, was it 9? Was it 11? Let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'll go 9. So, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that'll leave me roughly 9 microphones. I can place them at equal distance away. 9. So maybe 1, 2 there. 1, 2 there. I probably only need 6. Unless, of course, 6 and then 7, 8. Unless I get another few microphones. Put some underneath the seats. Just put them in positions and then monitor the frequency. Do a frequency sweep to see that microphone in that position or where it is underneath the seat. But there's so many positions around a seat. The microphone has got to be, tight against the seat armrest. It's got to be like really like tight against it. Can't be in free, up here somewhere. It's got to be tight against because the bass frequencies are coming down and exciting the seat. So yeah. Or forget about it. Yeah, forget about it. Just play the sine wave tones with it to see what part of the seat you can feel, and then think, maybe I'll generate this tone just a little bit, or turn the gain level up, see if I notice it. If I don't, I think, maybe see which frequency, because the frequencies are going to be different. When you go from, say, 100, 101, 102, so forth, the signal's going to change, and it's like, well, at some frequency, it's going to like, oh, right, excite. And it's like the other frequencies are not really doing that. But if they were more coupled near close to the seat, yes, the whole thing's gonna, it's like put a bass shakers or set things attached, and they resonate. You get more of a feel depending on where those shakers are located. So you want every seat to be similar. Uh, hmm. Oh. I just still keep wondering if the wall had openings or vents that go into the kitchen, but so basically, I think theoretically the pressure that go to the back of the room that usually might be a few dB louderish at certain low frequencies. And if it were holes in the back, so it's kind of like vented, that sound, that frequency should go pass through, and on the inside here, that level should go from something maybe like there and should drop down slightly, making it less maybe boomy. I don't know how it would change the front or the middle, but depending on the frequency, it should, it should pass through vent, thus maybe making the impression that the room is a little larger. Bit of a trial and error, that one is, but with a brick wall, it's not easy. If it was a wall surface or such that, you can make an alteration, a modification. So you put a vent, make it vented, equal, put the vents in a little bit higher up, a little bit lower down, a little bit lower down near to the floor, near to the corners. So it seems like the bass signal would pass through, and then you do the testing with frequency sweeps and such, and microphones in a different air room that's behind to see whether or not the theory or whatever works. Because though there are bass shakers, not bass shaker, bass, what do they call them? Bass traps. It's a trap. You look at the principles of how those things are made, and it's like, blimey, bit of timber, wood, some fabric, some rock wool. Don't forget, you got big frequencies you got to handle, right? You need flipping a material that's about this thick or so. You ain't gonna have room to swing a cat around in the room. I think they're a complete waste of time. I think try something else. Make it a little bit open. See if it does pass through and lowers the boom level down. But yeah, how much of the other energy is, you want to feel it and such. You want to hear it and feel it. 50-50. Not hear it 50 and only feel it a little bit like that thing. Bloody hell, because if you put your hand on that bass cone, your hand's going to go like you're going to feel freaking that. A lot of vibration. But you take your hand away from it, you don't feel much vibration. But you hear this boom on your ears that sound bloody unnatural. I think sub-bass speakers sometimes, depending on how one wants to play it in the room. Me, comfortable, safe. I don't care for 120 dB. I don't care for it. I've heard that before. Bloody sense around. Bloody hell. And maybe some of those THX cinemas. 100 to about 110 sometimes in this room. Those short duration. Oh, gosh. But get this through your head, everybody. Get it through your thick head. We don't feel sound doing this. It's only when it's artificial on a movie. There's certain things, you know, psychoacoustics, when things are on the interior, you wouldn't feel bass pressing on your chest. That just doesn't happen. You go in a car, you don't feel bass pressing on your chest. You feel vibration through the chassis of the vehicle that's going through the whole framework of that vehicle. Everything else on the outside, wheels, suspension, shock absorbers, you don't feel it doing that on your chest. It doesn't happen. Unless you're driving that vehicle ridiculously until you start feeling G-force. Then you make a wrong slight navigation turn on the fucking road and that car's going to flip and you're going to be fucking mincemeat. Which reminds me, my meals were not done, so I'm gonna, yeah. Ooh. This is where I get the side effects. I hadn't had too much side effects early hours of the morning, just a little fatigue now and then on the legs because the medication's probably filtering. Yeah, but after I take this, about 3-4 hours, I have a little side effect. Yeah, this is my breakfast. Bloody hell. It's like temperature, hot food. Sensitivity versus the speaker that sounds too loudish, starting to sound maybe, maybe on a few frequencies a little bit too much. But it's like if you get someone in the room speaking out loudish, kind of sort of like saying the lines from a movie, not overacting it or over voicing or being too bloody dramatic. Be sensible, scientific. listen to how that person sounds. They're near the speaker and they're voicing, say, the lines of Captain Kirk in a Star Trek movie. You're not going to feel the voice pressing against your voice, pressing against your chest, or you occasionally feel it. Some, depending on the crossover settings and EQ, etc., and so on. Gain level. You get that 85 dB reference. You think, well, that's how the voice sounds in a real, situation, when you play it over a speaker, it's like, it's the sound, but there's something different. You either back off some of the the bass level, so it doesn't sound too but there's a flip side to that coin. When we talk, we can just feel just about a certain amount of the voice frequency, the low on ourselves. They speak speak different, modulate. The frequency gradually changes. But when you monitor it, very carefully, to see what SPL that frequency is, Yeah. There's a lot to it. And it's neat when you got that level, and you've got that nice typical voice dialogue at 85 dB. Might be a little bit much sometimes for a small room. But you get a nice comfortable level of the spectrum. Conquest for the skies. See, that's the thing with overhead surround. You always get this sound of like it's up there. Can you get an aeroplane to sound like it's down at this height level? Yeah. You've got to be in a certain position, I think. There's going to be so much frequency sound. That's going to be so confusing. if you can be permitted to stand in a certain area. So when the airplane is just about to, the wheels come off the runway, yeah, the sound is going to be pretty wide-ish with the engines and such. They won't let you get too near because of the safety regulation. Yeah, what if that aircraft suddenly loses altitude? Boom, you're going to be wearing that aircraft. What other objects? Birds, well, they're a little bit unpredictable. Unless, of course, you get so many all rounded up. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to come in your direction. They're going to go up and they're going to scatter. Some may come direction. What sound do you hear? An individual bird flying and it coming near. It might be sounding, or you just hear. You might, maybe, depending on how quiet it is during the day, you might hear its wings flapping, but only for a brief second or so. Yeah, I'm so into sound. Well, Stubbers, well, it's just too bad there's just not a decent sound system with this Atmos. It's so technically flawed. Otherwise, you're hearing the same thing over and over again. Not hearing anything different. Got all these speakers that Dolby Labs say, yeah, this is how it should be. But they're wrong. They're not right. They're not correct. They're wrong. DDSX, they're wrong. Or a 3D, they're wrong. Yeah, I think the light levels and everything on this Laserdisc are pretty pretty well done. I don't know it's all the other typical issues where you might get two colours turning into a third colour. Whereas, you get a lot of maybe overrated movies and, their colour is all messed up. It was okay when it was projected. When it gets to the home, something goes wrong. Then you get some that look okay, but maybe the movie's completely woke. It's terrible. But the picture was okay, but everything else was terrible. The Dolby Atmos was terrible, and then you get ones that got really dire colour, and everything is terrible. The atmosphere was terrible, the colour was terrible, the acting was terrible, the music was terrible. Yeah. Oh dear. Water activated foam. Water activated foam. I think they do that in some discos, but they can, but it's got to be careful. It's got to be on certain floor surface, can't be on laminated or anything like that, otherwise it'll be incredibly slippy. You'd have an accident. Water activated foam. Let me have a look. Water activated foam. Water activated. Oh, that's a different one. What the heck that looks like? Oh, no, that's expandable foam. You don't want to mess with that shit. That stuff when you get it on your hands. Oh, crikey. Oh, it's awkward to get off. You got to wear gloves when handling that stuff. Where the heck's the water activated foam? Maybe look at images. I don't know about what I'm looking at there. Looks like bloody sewage. Dear. What the heck is that? That looks like bloody sewage in a bloody food blender. What the fuck? Oh no, that's turning me off. I see this blooming in this movie, water activated foam. Maybe they don't use it anymore. Maybe it's banned or something. Otherwise, I thought I'd see plenty of pictures of it. And just get ordinary washing up liquid. Does the same thing, only probably a little bit less activated. Huh. So it's kind of like putting a little extra sugar in Coca-Cola, and you probably shake it up as regular. You shake it up as it is. Open it. It's going to do a certain put several grams of sugar in it, and give it a good shake. Again, open it. It should go a little bit more like that. Put it in a freezer for so long, not too long. So it's just enough. So when you try it and then you open it, oh blooming that makes a mess. Water activated phone. I want dry ice. But that's not cheap. You got to use that dry ice within a few days, otherwise it's completely useless. So that it stays steady, mist along the floor. Smoke, warmish, it just goes upward. Goes down, but also goes upward. Because it's warm air, and warm air goes up, and then colder, it stays down. It'd be too bad to have, dry ice. It's just damp. Get the ice cubes in the posset in the tray. So you're not getting too much time there with it, because even with the ice cubes in the warm air inside is still it's like warming up those ice, and their temperature is gradually coming down. Or not their temperature coming. Well, the temperature is melting. The temperature is down, but it's getting warm, and so they're melting, and so the smoke is not going to stay too much along around the floor. Probably have to try that other technique. Probably last a little bit longer, but it's getting it cold. Can I use the air conditioner? The air conditioner is... I can't put smoke into that air conditioner. Or I could put a vent or something in there, so it's not near all the rest of the electrics or the whatever of the air conditioner. So would it be cold enough? Maybe not. Maybe not. Forgot what it's called now. Liquid? No, not liquid hydrogen or liquid helium. Those are bloody freezing. Those are damn cold. Dry ice. Yeah, dry ice. CO. Yeah. If I had a vent or a tube that goes into the surround speakers, so I know what movie, whatever, and it's got certain bass in the surround, and then put some, smoke, it fill up, and then. But no, the grill's going to be in the way. I just thought, could it do like smoke rings through the pool? Smoke rings. Oh dear. Puff, puff, puff. Oh, yeah, that'll be an interesting effect. But in the long run, I don't know whether that smoke will degrade bass driver component. Probably won't. But I've got to take the grill off, and otherwise it's not going to still pass through the grill, but not very effective because the grill's acting as a filter, would be in the way. I have to give that an idea: a bass frequency, microphone. Be interested to have. Oh, let me see. I'm just trying to see what other acoustical gimmicky effects I can do with. Two. Yeah. And these front wide speakers, I don't know what nonsense that is. Because the only thing that sounds wide are the surround speakers because of the way they're positioned. We've been hearing front wide or whatever, or wide for quite a long time. Unless, of course, you go to a very unique cinema and how it's designed, and so this front row, you sit in the front row, you watch the same movie twice, you memorize certain sound effects that you can hear. So you sit in the middle for the first show, and then afterwards you see it again at the front and center. The sound perspective is going to sound wide. When you're a little bit further back, it just narrows a little bit. You still head over this side, that side, middle, of course. But it's just a little narrower. When we listen to atmospheric sounds outside, they're very wide in all direction. So you can turn around this way, that way. Still sounds wide with artificial front wide speakers. Yeah. And they're pretty useless. There's only very little information that goes into those speakers, and whether it's detailed or whether it's very high quality mixed. Otherwise, it's lousy, because I've heard quite a few of those mixes and they sound rather lousy. If you use it as a matrix, front wide, whatever, it's always active, but it's where the signal is getting drawn from. It's getting partly from the front, left, right, and one of the left, right surround speakers, providing, of course, the signal is identical. If it isn't, you ain't going to get anything much from those speakers. Or you got to wait until something comes along and it's identical, and but they're not really a big deal front wide. And there's only so wide you can put those speakers. They're just more or less the same blooming positions to where the surround speakers are. Otherwise, I'd thought those front wides should really belong behind the screen, identical to the other speakers, so that so you go for nine speaker array. Oh, wow. Yeah. The Trinov can do 9 or 7, but if you put those front wides identical matched to the screen speakers, yeah, and that sound would. But on some mixes where you see certain things happening on screen, they're like, it's happening there in the middle, and you got these front wide effects and they're sounding out here. That doesn't make sense because it doesn't match the image. It's not synchronized. It doesn't make continuity sense. I think they're just ideally used as a matrix, so it just, when sound leaves the screen speaker and then goes to the pans over to one of the pan through speakers, you're only looking at, a couple of seconds. You time the seconds, from where the pan goes to the other speaker. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Otherwise, I think listening to some of the sound effects that I've seen on some movies, I think those front wide should really be, when they're with these useless Atmos movies, it should be a little bit more in the middle. But on some mixes, they don't make any sense because you only hear a few little stupid sounds for a brief second or two, and it doesn't make sense. I think front wide is a marketing hype. Yeah. It's not like, they make front wide speakers. Oh dear. Front wide speakers. A speaker is a speaker. It's the crossover that makes the speaker. Front wide. What about narrow wide? No, narrow speakers. I just don't see the another disappointment in the whole front wide affair. And you got, like say, you got to have the system. It's got to be balanced. You got to balance the. Actually, you can set up the system to be spot on. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to hear those speakers very clearly. When you monitor the mix levels, and you think that's not really loud enough. I can barely hear or notice. What was the point of all this? You know, you want those front speakers to be active all the time with atmospheric sound, and you know, and if you get something that's you know, wide, hmm, yeah, yeah. I've heard something wide outside. Yeah, it's very easy to hear it. They sound like little objects because they were objects moving, and they were to where I'm sat to where I can hear it. It sounded like there, wide. Oh, but only it was on one side. It wasn't, you know. But then the object moved that way. I think when they move on speakers, they sound wide there, and then they just cross over to the other, to the other, to the other. They don't go that way. They can't. They can't do that. So that's one thing that is, oh yeah, disappointing with Atmos. You can get an illusion when you're mixing, so it sounds like it's up front. It's like there in front, and it's just going distant and distant, and just basically manipulating the frequency and the mix levels, so it sounds like it's going further and further and further away and getting quiet because it's moving away. But no, you can't actually make it. It's not possible. It's impossible. Unless you add speakers. So say this is the front. This is the front. So you got a speaker here, a speaker there, a speaker there, a speaker there. Yeah. How the bloody hell are you going to put that behind the screen and make that work? You only got so many feet, and then you run out. Yeah. So it's like having to say something simple like a radio controlled car, and you start it at your near position, and then just move, and then remotely moving it away forward, so that sound is going to go from something like that, and it's just going to go like that, until you can barely hear it because it's so far away. Not real far away, you can still see it, but it's pretty far away. A boom sound like in Star Trek 6, a planet going kaboom in a vacuum. And then you see something like a liquid or whatever, a shockwave or whatever it is, kind of moving toward, kind of boom, and then it moves toward, going, I think that angle, isn't it? And then you feel it, and it gets to a certain point, and then you hear it going, passing by whilst it's still sounding here, and then hearing another part of it, like it's moving over, like I don't know, maybe water. water. Yeah. But is that, I don't know, is that energy something that you could really feel? Or would it be something that would just pass through you, and you wouldn't even notice it? You notice the light or whatever it is, and you notice it passes through, passes by, but you don't feel it. Just like the smoke machine generating smoke, it comes maybe this way. I'm not going to feel it. I'll maybe cough a little or such, but that's a feeling in a way. But I'm not going to feel it. If I put my hand in front of the vent where the smoke comes out, yeah, I'll feel it. Move my hand a certain distance away. Yeah, I have to do a test of that. There might be something there. Wow, all that seat vibrates with the SAS. Dun, dun, dun. Wow. Wow. Just need to couple it with the other bass shaker. Yeah, when I can hear full range almost passing through the seat. Yeah. So some portion of it, of the sound that radiates outward toward to the next seat at a certain frequency, because you can only hear it acoustically, you wouldn't be able to feel it, and until I get the others fitted on the seat. And you should get this in the back row should get this kind of uniform sound, really good uniform sound coverage once it's all fully. But I've kind of delayed it. Oh yeah, I'll get the whole thing. Yeah, so. And the other thing is that just because I can hear it in the seat, it doesn't hurt my ears. It can only go up to a certain SBL acoustical level. Oh, that's good. That brainstorming effect there. Yeah, the signal on the surround. Oh yeah, it's got a bit of a rumble on it. Wow. Of course, the signal is a little bit different when it goes through the surround. Even though that some of that energy some of it is coming off from the screen channel, and it's just filtering through. Whoa. It's vibrating, that keyboard. Yeah. Still vibrating out. Let's take that keyboard off. Yeah. It's vibrating. Because, yeah, I can hear the keys. They jitter. Oh, that brainstorming there. Feels like partly the back of my head, or it's vibrating like perspective. It's like it's vibrating like that. It's, you know, it's hard to say really, you know, because actually close monitoring the seat, I don't think the seat's going to be jittering that much. It just seems like it is. Otherwise the seat would, you know, they can't really move side to side. They can only move forward and back. Wow. Let's turn the other speakers up on this. Wow. It's a bit unnerving. Putting my head right back on the seat and then you get a bass drum and it just kind of makes me startled. Because it's unnatural. But yeah. Yeah, I'll see when I'm get in a mood, which is very difficult. Very difficult. Oh, I like to do it now, but I've used up 6 hours of almost 7 hours of my energy, just rambling and sat, you know, and then moving around. I've got to undo the seats just to fit those things on the back of the seat. And then I've got to think, what do I change in the rack? Because I would have to change a few amplifiers around. Otherwise, yeah, I can't have too many bass shakers or such. Bass, when I say, I'll call them SAS. I can't have too many of those wired together. Otherwise, you know, you got to need a little bit of amplifier power. You've got to make sure you got the right amplifier power. Even though they're nice, calmly running on the Behringer EPQs, 304 amplifiers, they're running quite comfortable. It's additional ones. For another another 3 speakers on the back row. And then I've got to look at that because free for what am I going to use the 4th amplifier for? I could go to a one shaker that's on the floor. Maybe start somewhere at the back. Maybe the middle seat, underneath the middle seat, and then put another 304 in the rack, and that can do two more on the floor at the back, and two in the front on the floor. Then I would have to put another 304 in the rack to do one more, say maybe below the middle seat on the floor. That will leave 3 more channels left. What do I use those for? Yeah, I'll just have to try the ceiling, see what goes on with that. Don't know which candidate to use. The smaller Dayton or the slightly larger size. I don't know if there'll be a difference that's going to be noticeable. So obviously you're not going to really feel anything, because it's mounted up on the ceiling. I do like it like this. Yeah, although I could fit like an extras on the back of these seats and really, double or depends which way to do the system or the blending. Say maybe blend it's very difficult. No, it's very, very, very difficult to try to get some sort of movement through the floor. Yeah, I like that chapter. Wow. I'll turn that down, but that sounds almost, it's getting there. That sounds pretty dizzy, almost disorientating. I like reading site many years ago in a magazine. What was it? Not a magazine. It was kind of like a book of what was it? I think I still got that book. It's in a cupboard somewhere. Science fiction site. It's about that thick, I think. Been in a cupboard years. Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, it's something I read decades ago, and where it's talking about Future General by Douglas Trumbull, and there's there's only so many few paragraphs, and I was reading like this, about psychoacoustics, and we want to have the sound mix to have this and that, and have the right sort of psychoacoustics to create illusion. I think that was for his show scan thing, his show scan system. That doesn't exist anymore. There were a few of those that started up, I think, during the 1980s, and then at some point they faded away. Oh. Wow. What is that? It's hard to say what the SPL is. It's below 80 dB. So if I put the SPL meter pretty close to the, I can make sounds over it easily. Wow. Well, it's not loud, it's the way it's disorientating. To get that tickle in the ear with low frequency. So, oh gosh, let's put a pause on that. Put a mute on that. Put a so underwater. Pressure would be like 20 hertz. Can it go any lower due to the depth? And would the frequency pressure get greater, lower? I don't know. They'll be down deep enough to find out. They don't usually have the right. You got to look at the mix, listen to it, watch it, and listen to the. See what the is it doing that thing, pressure on the ear, at least on the ear, but not too high stupid SBL. So I think that's just I was going to do a test to see very unusual test, but I haven't got round to that yet. Just get a good speaker, and then test it, whether it'll be in a speaker enclosure or free air, and then see what I notice. Oh, that's it. I'm free. I'm going. I'm feeling. I'm nodding off. On free. 1.